Honourable members, Madam Speaker.
Prayer.
Almighty God, who in your infinite wisdom and providential goodness have appointed the offices of leaders and parliaments for the welfare of society and the just government of humanity, we beseech you to look upon with your abundant favor these your servants, whom you have been pleased to call to the performance of such important trusts in this land. Let your blessing descend upon them here assembled, and grant that they may, as in your presence, treat and consider all matters that shall come under their deliberation in so just and faithful a manner as to promote your honor and glory, and to advance the good of those whose interests you have committed to their charge. Amen.
Item 2 on the order paper, communication from the chair.
I want to welcome all of you members for coming for this afternoon sitting. And I have been watching and reading from the papers on issues. There's an issue of monkeypox that is outside there. And I think the Minister of Health needs to come out and issue a statement on the issue of the monkeypox that is getting rampant out, and also give guidelines on how this can be handled. We will not have a lockdown. So we'll need that from the minister. And I'm also happy the Minister of Tourism is here. The Minister of those monkeys, responsible for the monkeys. Minister responsible for the monkeys is also in the house. So we'll need a statement from the Minister of Health together with the Minister of Tourism. Thank you. Tom? But as leaders, you also need to make sure that your people in your areas get to know this information, that there is monkeypox outside there. They should be careful. They can only understand if you leaders speak to them. Yes.
Thank you very much, Reasonable Speaker, for the opportunity. Reasonable Speaker, as I talk now, there are 2 cases in my area. That is my Madisab region, and my worry is that because of the porous borders, we most likely get issues from across the border, that's from the Sudan, and also the refugees who are moving up and down. Actually, your communication is timely about the same. Otherwise, that area, the whole of West Nile, is going to be affected if serious information is passed to the people who are concerned. Thank you very much.
And of course, with this festive season now coming up, the threat is really real. because people will be moving from one place to the other place. Yes, Kansanda.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, I want to thank you for that communication and the request to the Minister to come through and give clear guidelines. I have been interacting with my community and I've found cases in Kasanda and I had no answer as a Member of Parliament. The families are there with the conditions of monkeypox and what are you saying? Yeah, the conditions are there within our communities. So the earlier we get communication, first of all on how to handle, how to protect ourselves, the better. And the Minister of Health should really come out clearly and help out. I can, where the sub-county, where is Kamuli sub-county in Kasanda, where I found about 3 families with the same condition. And I didn't know for how it is transmitted. I didn't know how to even help the community. So I think you're very right, Honourable Speaker.
Thank you.
On that.
Thank you. Honourable Chivumbi, then Honourable Antikins.
Right,
You're on procedure.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, you had guided that it is important for the Minister of Health to come here and give a statement. Wouldn't it be procedurally right to wait for the Minister of Health to be here before these issues can raise? Because this is a very serious issue.
No, it is good for us to understand from members what is happening in their areas. For instance, I didn't expect them to be in Kasanda. You get it, eh? So let's allow members to
Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, the MPs for Wachiso and especially Honourable Semju, because we have cut forests around Kampala and around Lake Victoria. Today when you go to Chira and especially in my neighborhood and in my own home, monkeys have all moved because the forests have been cut. They are now on the trees in people's compounds. And they are...
So they're in the compound with the children?
With children. And as you know, when you've left some bananas, some food outside, they come and steal the food. And so the challenge and an attempt, because me and my neighbors have called Wildlife Authority to come and information? To come, similar information? Okay.
There's information.
My honourable colleague, at one time here, presented on the issue of the monkeys. When the forests are cut, their water bodies dried up, and now they came to us. They live with us.
No, you chased them away from where they live.
They are not allowed, people are not allowed to kill any. It is against the UNRA regulations. And one time I approached the district, many districts don't have entomologists. And when I approached the Ministry of Agriculture is the only entity that is supposed to import that drug that kills monkeys and all those that relate in that family. So we would like also to know how far the Ministry has gone ahead with the purchase of the drug. But yes, they are the only ones supposed to do it, not anybody. Right Honourable Speaker, the monkeys are sharing water bodies, wells. And for us in Chiboga, there are even villages where people have given up with growing anything because you cannot harvest anything. We have mangoes and fruit trees we call, those are monkey fruits. You can't even harvest anything. So that is the information I wanted to give my colleague.
Thank you.
Honourable Speaker, that's a big issue. We would like Wildlife Authority and the Ministry of Agriculture. Actually, I was mobilized because all these attempts. One officer came and said, you know what you do? Put on all your alarm bells. So all the neighbors were trying to put on those alarm bells so that the monkeys, they don't go away. And therefore it's very urgent with this kind of disease. It's extremely urgent for these urban centers to find a way on how to deal with monkeys.
Thank you. Yes, there is a procedure matter here. Is it a procedure on the communication? Yes.
Madam Speaker, I think you guided well. I'm now confused as an individual. I'm actually seeking guidance. Because we started with monkeypox, now we are discussing monkeys being in our compounds. I'm really confused.
But it is
at this
monkeys.
point, Madam Speaker, at this point, I want somebody to help us understand how monkeys relate to the monkeypox, because honestly, we've had monkeys for ages in our compounds, but we've never had the disease. So that's why I'm confused. We started with the disease, now we are discussing monkeys.
Madam Speaker, you had given me. Madam Speaker, you had given me.
Honorable Enos, we are talking about the zoonotic diseases which are brought by those animals. One of them is by the monkeys, which brings about, the monkeypox, the zoonotic diseases. So Enos is Enos only knows cows. So yes, what I remember is if it is a matter of national importance, let's wait for Prime Minister's time. It was only on communication. On monkeys.
Madam Speaker, yes. Madam Speaker, thank you so much. Being that I represent an urban place, Wakiso is one of the areas that is really affected. And for us, we are mainly affected by travelers. The last time I checked with the health officers of the district, we had 8 cases. And the latest one of Chira was from a traveler from Kenya. So as we await the statement, Madam Speaker, we would request at this hour, let the Ministry of Health get to us, the leaders, get to all concerned, and and let it be able to ensure that it gives some key basics of guidelines so that the community can be in position to respond. As our sub-county chairpersons and town council mayors call us, we are in a state that we can advise them, please call the nearest health officers. But what it needs that even us leaders, right away from local government leaders, let them be in position to know what it takes in order to help the communities as we handle monkeypox at this time. Thank you.
She's finished.
Thank you.
She has finished.
Thank you.
Honorable members, we are going to have a statement from the minister on how we can avert this monkeypox. And let's hear from the Minister of...
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. The Minister keeping these monkeys on behalf of all of us, the Ugandans, but they are ours. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, there are some members who have raised the issue of monkeys disturbing them, and we've assisted them. At the districts, we have what we call vermin officers at most of the local governments. And if the problem is big, we'll deploy wildlife officers for you. We'll have these monkeys removed and translocated to some other areas. But it's important for this House to note that these monkeys you're talking about have been part of our society. They don't migrate from anywhere else. There's no monkey from Jinja to Kampala. The ones in Wakiso, probably before the forests were cut, were part of that ecosystem.
Why did you cut the forests?
No, it's not us. It's now the people moving into, of course, cutting the forest so that they can settle there. But in conclusion, Right Honorable Speaker, just for the information of this House, for the last 1 year, as Uganda Wildlife Authority, and Uganda Wildlife Authority is in charge of wildlife in the protected areas and outside, in your homes. there is no evidence whatsoever that any of these primates have passed on any zoonotic diseases to our communities. The monkeypox we are talking about has actually been imported from other countries. So I want to allay the fears of most of you that we are still okay. We will still come and see how we resolve the issue of the wildlife. If you feel you're uncomfortable with it, please, Honorable Chivumbi, give us the information. I'll have my officers on site and we'll translocate them to safer places. Thank you.
Honorable Minister, if the monkeypox is not out of our monkeys, should we just leave it like that? We are saying we want to know how do we handle the people who are affected. What is the Minister of Health saying? You get it, eh? Because it now becomes even dangerous for our monkeys who are used to playing around with us. You get it, eh? Yes. Yes.
Thank you so much, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, from the submission of the Honourable Member of Parliament from Riantonde and from what I've been seeing in my community, it is important that we need sensitization because most of us don't know much about mpox. And yet, we are the people supposed to sensitize the public, educate them on what to do.
And the ones who don't know.
We who don't know much about mpox. So I think we need to be helped to understand from the ministry, because then you do know that if there is sneezing, then you know that is COVID. We knew there was a lot of sensitization.
Yes.
But this has, information has been limited, so I think it is very important that we have a lot of sensitization to the communities and beginning with the leaders, so then we are able to help our people. I want to thank you.
I think Honorable Mujuke is correct, because when you hear Honorable Enos talking, it's like he has never heard about mpox. So, and yet he's one person who is supposed to go and sensitize people on the issues of monkeypox. So you need to create awareness among the people on what is happening, the mpox that has come in. It may not be out of the monkeys that are from within. It is something that has come from other areas. Yes, David.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, my family is already a victim. My daughter is already sick. So it is a challenge, and that's why I brought this matter at your office. Honorable Speaker, we need to know, as in the causative agent, we need to know how we contract this disease. We need the information.
Exactly. And honorable members, listen. This is a very serious matter. If you have one person who already has a victim in the house, it's a contact. We need to understand how it can the sickness spreads out. Are we safe?
Honorable Speaker, in 2022, I brought here the matter of monkeys in my constituency, and I was given a minister. We talked, but no one came to pick these monkeys. They are eating with my people. It's really a challenge. So if we don't know how we contract this disease, if we don't know how we spread it out, then we are in danger. So I humbly request the Minister of Health to come up with a statement and to issue guidelines so that they can guide the schools, because our students are in exams and they cannot send them back home. As they manage to contain ready eyes, they can also contain it when they're at school. So let them come up with guidelines, and we hope our schools. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Yes, Stephen.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, I think whether I go to the Minister very well, because for him it seems that the monkeys are not the real causes of the mpox. He said that the disease is imported to us. Isn't it prudent enough for us to understand what could be the real causes? If it is not the real, if it is not the real monkeys, what could be the other causes of that very disease? Because as you have heard, our brother is already a victim. He has some people are affected in his compound.
And he's eating with the monkeys.
And he's eating with the monkeys. So I wanted to know from the Minister, Right Honourable, so that he can be on the record that apart from the monkeys, still there are other causes of that very disease. So that we can understand exactly how best can we be in a position to see on how people can be protected, so that that disease should not be seen only on monkeys alone. Are there other causes of that very disease?
Can I hear from a doctor? Dr. Isamat.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Dr. Isamat Abraham.
A vet doctor.
A veterinary doctor by training. And I would like to give this information. Monkeypox is a disease that is zoonotic, meaning that it can be transmitted from animals to humans, and then also from humans back to animals. The causative agent is monkeypox virus. So this virus is present in all body fluids, meaning that if the infected animal sheds the virus on any surface, the virus can be on the surface, and therefore transmission can be possible through contact. If you touch a contaminated surface, you get the virus. But also, you can still get the infection if there is any infected human being who's next to you. So, I would like to agree that since our honorable colleague has declared that he has a victim, I think the best is for him to vacate. Yes, because he's a potential source of the infection. I thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Honorable members, you listen to Doctor.
And if it is transported from Congo, it is very possible that someone who got contaminated from there brought it to Uganda, but not necessarily animals within Uganda transmitting it, because so far there would have been some reports from either Ministry of Tourism or from the Ministry of Agriculture indicating that we already have animals that are infected. So transmission can be possible as much as someone has come from Congo and has gotten in contact with a person who's already here, and then that person also gets in contact with the monkeys here in Uganda. They can be infected. Thank you.
Honorable members, you even get more scared now. Yes, Isaac.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, you're right. I think we, as a country, we need to be cautious. And as a district, especially neighboring areas like Congo, Nebi district, we have not seen any form of mobilization or in form of health checks around our borders. The Ministry of Health has not mobilized any form of inspection or health checks along our borders like what happened during COVID. So you are right to say that, and I think it is prudent that the ministry starts carrying out some checks of people, because there's a lot of free movement, especially with the East African free border trade. And on top of that, Madam Speaker, we can understand that monkeys are the ones causing this, but we should not also send the wrong signal for people to start now killing our monkeys, which are actually bringing in and promoting tourism. We have to be sending a clear message so that people do not start actually attacking and killing monkeys, because it is still a crime in our country to attack wildlife and kill wildlife without clear information.
Let's get a statement from the minister on Tuesday to that effect. Yes.
With your permission, Right Honourable Speaker.
You must be affected.
Yeah, he actually infected. Right Honourable Speaker, now.
He's not infected, he's affected in his area.
Oh, sorry, I didn't see properly, maybe. Madam Speaker, border control is within the realm of the Ministry of Internal Affairs. Health or public health is Ministry of Health. I felt for my brother when they were talking about his monkeys and he was disclaiming. Now, when someone disclaims that my monkeys are not responsible, you cannot ask him to prove, because you can't prove a negative. We need the Minister of Health to tell us the causes, and I appreciate the vet doctor. I actually now withdraw my thought. You know, when he began speaking, I said, these are the people who eat their patients. But then, from his explanation, I think his information was very useful. Maybe these are not the patients they eat when they fail to treat them. So I think we need a concerted effort, Right Honourable Speaker,
yes,
from the three ministries concerned.
Thank you. So, government, next week on Tuesday, we expect a statement. Honorable President of UPC. Which you...
Right Honourable Speaker.
Honorable Akiana. Honorable Akiana had something to say. Jim James. Honor, you people.
Right Honourable Speaker.
When the President is speaking, you don't disturb.
Right Honourable Speaker, I have a matter of national importance which has caused me a lot of pain in recent times. And this is to do with the motorsports fraternity. We have been preparing for the Africa Championship in motocross, and we are not just going to participate. Team Uganda has been aiming for the podium and the top step of the podium. We have done a lot of preparations, and it's not the first time where Team Uganda has competed. We have currently a champion in the category of MX2. We have a previous champion in the 85cc category. And I myself had the privilege of carrying the Uganda flag in the Masters category of those over 50. It was a great honor to carry the national flag in this competition. And I did not come back empty-handed. I was able to secure on behalf of Team Uganda. No, I got a silver.
Congratulations.
And this was in 2022. And I also raised 34 points for Team Uganda, which put us within the ranking. The team is due to set off to Morocco. And I want to thank the ministry for the support which they've given us in part of this preparation. But I also have to express my disappointment in that much as we have been promised a lot of money initially as a federation, which was then cut, but to this date we have not received a single shilling from the government. And therefore it leaves the team in jeopardy. We do not know whether the team is actually going to participate or what's happening. We have packed the motorcycles. They have been transported to the airport. We've been able to pay a deposit. but we do not have any idea as to what is happening. We have some of our riders who have come, and this is mainly the juniors, which I feel this competition opens a door for many of the young riders because they've been trying to break through, and each time we're improving, and each generation I've seen have taken it further and further. So it will be a great disappointment after all the preparation. We brought in international trainers. We have been working with the team. People have been able to buy the latest machinery and are ready to go. But what is holding us back is the government funding, which was passed by this House, and I want to thank the House for supporting motorsports and supporting sports in general. But along the way, we are yet to receive for this financial year, we have not got 1 shilling. The first quarter is through, we received nothing. The second quarter, the release is on, we don't know whether we're going to receive, we're just hearing
and when rumors. Are you supposed to be in Morocco?
Morocco, the competition is between the 25th and 27th of October. So the bikes are supposed to go ahead, the mechanics and other team are supposed to go back and reassemble the bikes, and then the team is supposed to be there by 21st. We expect to be in Morocco to start the preparation for competing.
Let me first see the bikers up there. Please stand up and we see you. The young bikers. Oh. Thank you for coming. Thank you so much. Thank you. Yes.
There was some information from Honorable Achon.
Information from Honorable Achon. Honorable Minister of Finance, I'm happy you have come in time.
Oh, thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker and my colleagues. And I would like to appreciate the President for UPC. You know, Right Honorable Speaker, it's such a privilege to see a president of a party rising up to support sports. And sports, one of the things, in fact, when you support, you will live longer because your health, you will have a lot of flexibility, your muscles, will be happy. And one thing which I wanted to raise, Right Honorable Speaker, I think these are key sports.
Honorable members, when the Olympian is speaking, allow you keep quiet. He's the only Olympian.
Yeah, Right Honorable Speaker, one of the things which I would encourage this country, also, we need a field which we the spectators, we should have opportunity to go and watch even when they are racing or training or competing, because this kind of thing which would motivate our children. Sports is one of the major things which is highly paid in the entire country or in the world, because when you do sports, your life actually become easier, you live longer, you're self-employed. So I see the Minister for Health, for Finance, I think is one of the things which we should make sure our teams, which is being supported by our President for UPC, they really should be supported and should represent the country. I want to congratulate for this wonderful thing. I've never come across to see our country raising a flag with this motto. Thank you so much.
Honorable Minister of Finance, in the financial year 2023-2024 that we are in, we passed the budget for sports. In that budget, there was amount for motorsports, where Honorable Jim McKenna is the president of that motorsports, and Honorable Jim McKenna is supposed to take his team to Morocco for a competition tomorrow, on 25th and 21st. And Honorable Jimmy McKenna went and competed and brought us a silver as a country, which is just there. He has laid on table. And just up there are your great-grandchildren. The Basukulu are there who are doing sporting, the young ones. Those bikers. Now, the issue is, these people are supposed to go to Morocco. In the first quarter, they did not get a penny. We are now in the second quarter. I am happy the Minister of Sports is in the house and the Minister of Finance is in the house. So can we hear from sports?
First of all, Madam Speaker, I would like to begin by thanking Honorable Jim Akena and the Uganda Motorsports Federation for the good work they are doing in terms of flying our flag high in various parts of the world. I think we need to clap for them. Secondly, if you look at the game of motorsport within the country, I have been participating in some of them. They are one of the biggest sports which is able to mobilize local business tourism within an area where they go to a tune of almost 5 to 6 billion shillings. This one I've witnessed it in Masaka, I've seen it in Jinja, I've seen it in Iganga. The impact is entirely enormous because people come in big numbers and also they mobilize other companies to come on board. From the side of us as Minister of Education and Sports, I would like to say the following. Number one, it's true, the budget was approved by this House. But the challenges which I'm facing as a minister responsible for sports is the release of these funds. Because at the end of the day, I can state without contradictions that this quarter I have been given 2 billion to give to 51 federations. How then do you expect me to operate? So sometimes our hands are entirely tied in an area where it's not my problem, it's a problem of, not a bad government, of finance not accepting to release money as per what is approved. If you ask us,
how can you say a bad government when you've not even tried to be near the government?
So, Madam Speaker, sometimes, of course, I understand at the level where my father here comes from, but my appeal to them and to him and the technical team in finance.
There is no father in this house.
Okay, my Honorable Minister Kasaija, my appeal to him and to finance in general is that they need to support this sports industry to grow. For instance, now, these people put a lot in terms of preparations for these competitions. I have a different federation which was meant to participate in the World Cup. I have another one which was meant to participate in dance sport. But at the end of the day, I have no money to facilitate them, and I want the country to know. We give, as the Minister of Education and Sports, we give what we have been given and what was planned before. So to our President, Mr. James Akena, I want to say this, Jim Akena, that the matter is good, welcome it, and I'm happy the Minister responsible for finance is here. How I wish he could be able to give me that money. I pass it to you. I thank you, Right Honourable Speaker.
Honourable Minister. Members.
Thank you, Right Honourable. Right Honourable, we get concerned, especially when the ministers transfer the battle in the cabinet and bring it on the floor of the parliament. Madam Speaker, the President is the constitutional Minister of Finance.
There is an order.
Right Honourable Speaker, we are speaking about a very important issue. We are speaking about sports, a matter that brings in money in the country, employs our youth. So is my colleague Honourable Kaberuka in order to come and insinuate that ministers are exchanging battles here. This is a very serious matter, and we should not bring issues of circus here. No, we are not in comedy. This is not national theatre. So Right Honourable Speaker is in order.
Honourable members, it is only sports that brings everybody together. Irrespective of politics, religion, and whichever, it is sports. Honourable, Just a minute.
Right,
Just a minute.
How I wish.
A minute.
How I wish to Madam Speaker.
A minute.
Madam Speaker.
Please sit. Honorable member, just a minute. For me, I want an action. We have a few days to go. Can we hear from the minister? Minister, for us who want the money, we allocated you the money. It was budgeted for it. James, you'll speak. Don't worry, James. Honorable Minister, just make good what you're supposed to do.
Right, Honorable Speaker and colleagues, money will come. I have two things that I have come here to clarify. As you know, you instructed me on the issue of funds for Achibua. Sorry.
Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister.
Yes.
Let's first finish. Those children want to go away. Let's agree. How much money was supposed to be given to you people?
Right, Honorable. Motorsports was allocated 3 billion, but was reduced to 2.4 in the revision. 2.4 billion for the year.
For the year. So in a quarter you expected 400.
About 600.
About 600.
Yes.
That's only 600 million.
Now, since I'm informed that this item was budgeted for,
yes,
all we need is just cash.
Yes.
And I promise this house, this money will be released. The procedures take normally.
Honorable Minister, yes. The team is supposed to leave. Can I make sure that you follow the process and the money is released?
Most obliged, Madam Speaker. Most obliged.
Yes.
When I return to the office,
the moment he goes back to the office, he's going to make a follow-up and have that money released.
Finish.
Madam Speaker, the information you
Honorable members, you first wait. I have a reason why I called this Honorable Minister here. Honorable Minister, you go back to the floor. Second issue.
The second issue is funds for beginning to construct the Achibua Stadium. The good news is
maybe I could give you a background. There was an issue raised by Honorable Ayotoni this morning when you had a meeting. And Honorable Ayotoni had also come to my office and intimated that they had invited them to State House for signing of to witness the signing of the contract between the contractor and government of Uganda. That is for Achibua Stadium. And when we were budgeting in this financial year, we gave Achibua 100 billion shillings, Uganda shillings. And remember, it even came in a corrigenda. Now, to his surprise, they stopped at the gate. They did a COVID test. Some people came all the way from Lera to come and witness the signing, and they did not witness. So the question they are asking, what could have happened? Has the contract been cancelled? Where is the money? Minister of Sports, tell us.
Madam Speaker and honorable colleagues, first of all, I would like to begin by thanking Honorable Tonayo and the entire Gas House for following up on Akibwa construction project. It is true, I did invite colleagues for this ceremony for purpose of signing the contract for the construction of Akibwa Olympic Stadium in line with the budget which we had approved here of 100 billion. As National Council of Sports, we undertook the due process of the procurement for securing the contract. However, I was guided at the last minute, got a call from Minister of Finance, which requested me to allow them conclude on the financing model of this project, because they were looking at a process whereby we have 100 billion in the budget. The next financial year, we are going to have another 100 billion, and that was meant to be the 2 financial years. However, according to us, as the entity, we wanted this stadium to be constructed within 20 months. So within 20 months, if you look at the financing model, it would not, and that was a question finance raised to me, the money which was available, it would not be able to allow the completion of the stadium. So for that matter, I heed to the advice of the Minister of Finance and allowed them to have a negotiation with the contractor in terms of financing the completion of this project within 20 months. And they have promised to get back to me within the week's time so that we would come back in terms of signing the contract. So I want first confirm this, that what finance is doing entirely is to seek for additional way of getting resources so that when we begin the construction work, we have a smooth flow for the total completion of the project. However, that's the information I have. And I want really to thank Honorable Minister Kasaija, who is now, and his technical people who are handling this with the contractor. So for me, I'm waiting after they have finished on the financing arrangement to get back to sign the contract which had already been cleared by the Solicitor General and Attorney General. I thank you. The transport refund, I bear the cost as the entity to transport back the people I had invited. I thank you so much.
Honorable Minister, Finance.
Madam Speaker, what my colleague has said is the real truth. Let me say it the way I want it to be heard. The budget for Akibwa Stadium is 100 billion shillings. And there was a condition that this 100 billion will be released immediately as soon as the contract is signed by the National Council of Sports with the contractor. We are waiting. I am waiting for that contract, and I will release the money straight.
Right honorable, that's where I
Honorable members, Honorable members, honorable members, Tony, you first wait. Let Honorable Akena first finish his issue.
Right Honourable Speaker, I thank you for this opportunity, and I'm glad to hear that the Honourable Minister of Finance does not see it as a problem on the release for motorsports, but I need clarification whether you're going to do both quarters or one quarter, because we're in the second quarter.
Let's get what we can get for now.
Yes. I thank the Honourable Speaker for this opportunity, and the fraternity of motorsports have asked me to pass on an official jersey with your name on it as part of our appreciation.
Thank you.
I also have for the Minister of Sports and the Senior Minister I will rely on the Minister of State to convey our appreciation to the Senior Minister.
Thank you.
This is an official jersey. People are saying I'm in yellow. No, this is official jersey. I'll proudly wear it as I take the Ugandan flag in the Masters category, which are the riders over 50 in Morocco. And I hope I will be able to return with another medal on behalf of Uganda.
This time gold.
I will do my level best. And I thank you, Honourable Speaker. I also want to thank the Minister. This time, I really hope Akibua will get off the ground, because earlier when we had the Chinese grant, the matter got stuck between finance, education, and we lost the grant. So I'm really asking finance, please, let's not do lip service, but let's be serious about conveying the money, get the stadium built, and then we'll also have a wonderful AFCON as it comes to Uganda. Once again, thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker.
Thank you. Thank you. Honorable members, by the time Honorable Kasaija comes with his statement, he has already researched. Because, listen, I told Honorable Kasaija to come with a response to Honorable Tony's issue. And Honorable Kasaija is saying they have the money ready. They are waiting for the signing of the agreement. So, he is right. Because we budgeted for that money. We budgeted for that money, and the money is there for him. He's saying, I am waiting for you people to come. Yes, Tony?
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, I've got a concern and scared. Because from the presentation of the Minister, Honourable Peter Gwang, you would have hope that finance is reconsidering the financing model. But from the Minister of Finance, he's saying he's waiting for the signing of the contract. Then he releases the money. Right Honourable Speaker.
But you see, that's what takes you to back what Jonah asked one time. How was the contract procured? I remember what Jonathan asked. How was the contract procured? How much money are we paying for the construction? And those are things that we need to get to know.
But Right Honourable Speaker, the Minister of Finance presented the contract document to the Solicitor General. He went
how much?
Of $127.9 million. Yes. So the Solicitor General looked through the contract document and cleared and said, please go ahead, sign the contract. Government is going to commit to the contract to pay. Now, when the Minister of Education and National Council of Sports now invited the President and everybody ready to sign the contract, it is the Minister of Finance, Secretary to Treasury, PSST,
that called for calling off the signing of the contract. Now, we expected the Minister of Finance to have a more clear position on this, but you can see it is still not clear. And yet they're the ones who allowed the Solicitor General to clear the contract. So can we know exactly from the Minister where the problem is? Because by this you realize Minister of Finance is playing a game and they are not going to allow Minister of Education to sign the contract because they have called off because of the financing model. So which financing model are you talking about?
Yeah.
Right Honourable Speaker, thank you very much. First, before I address this issue, I was in the constituency and people had asked me about some of the promises made by the NRM government. And I was made to apologize to some members of NRM. I want to apologize here. You see, I'd been telling my people that the NRM does not honor its promises. So when the government said they were going to close Karumba, people called me and said, are they going to close it? I said, no, they never honor their promises. So eventually, when they closed Karumba, they asked me, so do you still maintain the position? I said, now they seem to be serious. They are beginning to honor their promises now that they have closed. That's the same position I'd thought about Akibwa. Now, the records of this house should show that the Honorable Minister of State, Peter Ogwang, presented a contractor way back in Lango and said this is the contractor identified and ready to proceed. I am now surprised to hear that actually we don't have a contractor. By simple definition, a contractor is somebody you have contracted to do work. So in the absence of a contract between the two parties, you cannot purport to say we have a contractor at hand. It means you are still undertaking processes to identify the person to execute the works. So if that is the position, then the government should be clear and say we have not yet reached the contracting stage. We don't have a contractor. But also, the financing model we were told was that this stadium would be constructed in a public-private partnership. That the potential financer will come and then bring the resources and then execute in a model, and then the financing would be got later. With the information from Honorable Tony Ayo, $129 or $130 million is over 500 billion. It can only mean that if the stadium will be constructed by December, the month that are being proposed, then the 100 billion is not even going to probably lay the foundation. Where will the 400 billion come from? So what the Ministry of Finance, and I think the Ministry of Finance could be right, is that if you don't sort out where you are going to get the total amount of money, we are likely to end up with a construction that will take like even 20 or 10 or more years because the money is not available. So address us on where the entire budget will come from so that the Ministry of Finance can clarify.
Honorable members, this is a very serious issue. I want to request that Minister of Finance, you come with your team tomorrow at midday. Tomorrow is Friday, yes. We meet over this thing and sort it out once for all. And we also have a team from Lango, and we resolve this issue. And we have people from the Ministry of Sports. Next item. Next item. Honourable members, in the public gallery, we have students and teachers of Jinja Central School in Jinja District, Jinja South Division. They are represented by Majeri, Honourable Majeri. You're most welcome. And Honourable Dr. Batua. Welcome. We also have students and teachers from Atoroma Primary School in Katakwe, They are represented by Honorable Koluo and Honorable Vice President Jessica Alupo Rose Epel. You're most welcome. Koluo, you want to greet your people?
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I want first of all to thank you, Madam Speaker, for making this parliament, People's Parliament. Imagine children from the rural area at Toroma to come here. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Madam Speaker, briefly about this school. This school is located in Toroma Town Council. That is the school where I sat my PLOE and scored 7 aggregates during the time of insurgency, early 80s. Madam Speaker, this school at Toroma Primary School has a total population of 1,836 students, and they have 14 teachers only, of which 3 are paid by parents. Madam Speaker, I kindly request, if there is an opportunity, the Ministry of Education, my brother Ogwang is here. Please, this school needs fencing. It is within the town council. Then 2, the girl dormitory, Honorable Minister. Then lastly, my brothers, listen to me. Lastly, this school, it is from a hard to reach area. I want to implore government, please try to find a strategy of helping these teachers. These teachers, some of them have even ended up going to become borders to earn a livelihood. Some of them have failed even to take their children to school. Honorable Minister, please. And
thank you. Honorable Gwang.
Well, first of all, on behalf of the people of Katakwi District and on behalf of the Ministry of Education and Sports, I want to begin by thanking Honorable Koluo Joseph, the Member of Parliament for Toroma County, and the entire management of Toroma Primary School for coming to visit Parliament of Uganda. I congratulate you for coming. Number 2, I have heard the request from the Honorable Member of Parliament for Toroma, but I want to say the following. This school is under a UPE school. As government and as in line with the UPE policy, we do not look at number 1, dormitories, number 2, fencing. Are we clear there, honorable colleague? Yes. However, the question of teachers, we first of all understand that it's one which we normally follow up with, again, the responsible minister in charge of release of monies for purpose of us recruiting additional teachers, which is not only at Toroma but all over the country. We need it, and I implore we will follow it up to ensure that once we are given these additional monies, we will be able to provide teachers equivalent to the pupils ratio in this school. But in a nutshell, I want to say the question of teachers riding borders, I want teachers becoming borders. I want to appeal to our teachers, if there are some who are leaving their profession for this specific subject matter of being a border, that it's important that you remain to be a teacher, because all of us here are products of teachers. I thank you so much. I congratulate Toroma for coming to visit Parliament. Thank you. Congratulations, Honorable Koluo.
Thank you. Next.
Item 3, laying of papers, the Museums and Monuments Declaration of Protected Heritage Resources and Heritage Resources of Significant Value to Uganda, Regulations 2024.
Pursuant Section 95 subsection 2 and 3 of the Museum and Monument Act 2023, which we have just passed. I invite the Minister of Tourism, Wildlife and Antiquities to table the regulations so that the law that we pass comes into force. We want to thank you because we've passed so many laws and people have not brought regulations. Thank you.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues. I wish to lay the statutory instrument number 69 of 2024 titled The Museums and Monuments Declaration of Protected Heritage Resources and Heritage Resources of Significant Value to Uganda, Regulations 2024. I wish to lay. Thank you.
Thank you. And pursuant to Section 95, subsection 4 of the same Act, the Committee of Trade, Tourism and Industry should scrutinize these regulations and get back within 2 weeks. And within 1 month, if there is no response from the committee, then it takes an effect.
Item 3B, laying of papers, reports of the Auditor General on the financial statements of B1, Uganda Development Bank Limited for the year ended 31st December 2023.
Honourable members, pursuant to Article 163, Sub-Article 5 of the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda, 1995, and Rule 181, Sub-Rule 3 of the Rules of Procedure of Parliament, I want to invite the Commissioner Commissioner Emeritus to lay the report on table.
Thank you so much, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, I beg to lay a report of the Auditor General on the financial statements of Uganda Development Bank Limited for the year ended 31st December 2023. I beg to lay.
Thank you. And this is referred to the Committee of COSASE under Rule 181, Sub-Rule 4. Yes.
Item 3B2, report of the Auditor General on the financial statements of Housing Finance Bank Limited, Pool Houses Collection Account for the year ended 30th June 2023.
Commissioner.
Thank you so much, Honourable Speaker. I beg to lay a report of the Auditor General on the financial statements of Housing Finance Bank Limited, Poor Houses Collection Account for the year ended 30th June 2023. I beg to lay.
Thank you. Refer to the Committee of COSASE, and the COSASE should report back within 6 months from today. Next.
Item 4, motion for adoption of the report of the Public Accounts Committee, Commissions, Statutory Authorities and State Enterprises on the report of the Auditor General on the financial statements for the year ended 30th June 2023 for the following entities: Kampala Capital City Authority, National Environment Management Authority, Uganda National Roads Authority, Uganda Bureau of Statistics, Uganda AIDS Commission, Uganda Property Holdings Limited, Electricity Regulatory Authority, Uganda Human Rights Commission, Local Government Finance Commission, Financial Intelligence Authority, National Enterprises Corporation, National Children's Authority, and the Capital Markets Authority.
Thank you. There is a procedure matter.
Madam Speaker, I want to appreciate you for prioritizing the Ugandan people. I didn't know who could have served my telephone number. I didn't know, Madam Speaker, but I get a lot of distress calls from parents crying on the phone, talking about their sons and daughters populating Arab prisons. Madam Speaker, we have the Prime Minister, we have the Minister of Internal Affairs. I mean, we can't continue. These are people that will represent, not even coming from KCCA, all over the country, Madam Speaker. Please, they follow these proceedings. Madam Speaker, my procedural issue is, wouldn't it be procedural right for us tonight to get a commitment from government that we have a clear plan that will go out and rescue our fellow citizens? I don't think that our inaction is just because one of those is not our son or daughter or, or a cousin. I don't want to believe that, because we have a leadership of this house that supports the Uganda people, number one. The ministers are here. We didn't come here to talk. We came here to make an impact. And Madam Speaker, that's the reason why I raised it yesterday, and I'm very sorry. I have to raise it tonight, because when I retire from here again, sometime in the evening, I'm going to get and say, what did government say? These are people I don't know. The names are already known. The countries where they are also known. Madam Speaker, as people's representatives, I think we have to prioritize this item. Much appreciated, Madam Speaker. You have no right to order me. All right, appreciate it, Madam Speaker.
Honorable members, the procedure came from nowhere, and but it has content. It has content. I hope government has you've gotten what he has said. Honorable members, this can be best answered by the Minister of Youth. We are talking about these youth who have gone out there in the Arab country and they are working there, and some of them are distressed either because of work or whichever, and our numbers have been given out to most of them. So at the end of the day, we get calls. Somebody is either very sick, somebody has been in prison, somebody has been with a lot of problems. So he's asking, what is government doing about this? That which country?
Madam Speaker, appreciate it, Madam Speaker. I refer the Prime Minister to our national newspapers, specifically Bukede and Monitor.
Which country,
and No Vision.
where they have been calling you? Which country?
There are 5, Madam Speaker, so far as I saw. There could be more than those. But those that I was able to pick, Madam
Which
Speaker.
ones are those?
Number 1, Jordan. 2, Iran. And then 2, Iraq. Number 3, Saudi Arabia. And number 4, Abu Dhabi. And number 5, UAE. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you.
Honourable
members.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker.
Let's just get the issue out.
Yes, but Madam Speaker, Rule 72 of our Rules of Procedure talks about contents of a speech. A speech of a member must have reference to the subject matter under discussion. I'm wondering whether we're discussing things to do with Arabia, Iran, Iraq. Please guide.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. I would like to thank Honourable Atkins. What you have raised is quite important. The calls don't only come to you, but even they go to the Speaker. So what we are doing as government now, my colleague Minister, Honourable Esther Nyakun, she traveled to Saudi Arabia. We are trying to negotiate with these countries where these people are, in support with IMO, to ensure that those who can be pardoned to return home will return them home.
ILO. ILO.
IMO,
Yes.
International Organization of Migration. International Organization of Migration.
IMO.
Not ILO. IMO.
IMO.
IOM.
IOM.
Very good. Clap for yourself. Okay. So that is it. So Atkins, we shall handle that, and I believe, Honorable, that will be addressed. We shall work on it.
Thank you. Honorable Member.
Yes. Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, same spirit before the minister takes the seat. The other day there was an issue through your office that was raised that now we have an issue in Poland and most of our colleagues are in Poland. What is the program, since you have said that your colleague has gone to UAE, to Saudi? So what is the program for this country that is under war?
Madam Speaker, also related to that, this issue of immigrant workers getting problem in the Arab countries has appeared on this floor of Parliament several times. And we had said these people go there through companies. These companies must establish contacts in these countries where these people work, such that where there is a problem, the companies will be able to help and also coordinate with their relatives. So I just wanted to know whether this was done, because that was what we resolved here in this House.
Yes, Honorable.
Madam Speaker, the country is Lebanon, not Poland. Lebanon.
Right Honorable Speaker, I would like to augment my colleague. This matter is not just gender. It's also foreign affairs, it's also internal affairs. So I'd rather we have a more in-house discussion on how we can improve labor export, and then we inform the House.
It's a multi-sectoral approach. Let them discuss it and see how best it can be handled. Honourable members, pursuant to Rule 181, Sub-Rule 4 and 5 of the Rules of Procedure, the chairperson of PAC is here. PAC Kosase is here, and I will ask him to stand up and read the report. Chair, can you stand up and read the report?
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. You remind me of the others in the Bible who went to see an elephant, and they all saw from their perspectives. To allay your fears, I am already up. Right Honourable Speaker, you did guide me to present a summary of those many reports. And I have the minutes for the entities, in respect of the entities concerned. I also have a copy of the of my summary. I beg to lay the minutes, my summary. I had an argument with my clerk, my Right Honourable Speaker. He had decided to give you something called yellow, and we fought because I thought you deserve better. So permit me to give you one in a better color. Right Honourable Speaker, first I want to thank my colleagues in the committee.
Thank you.
In the committee, together with my technical staff that assisted so much in processing these reports. I was actually advised by the Honourable Nathan Itungo that I should ask them to stand up, and he wants to be recognized. I would invite him to stand up for your recognition, together with the entire team.
Kosase?
That's a wonderful team that I've worked with. Right Honourable Speaker, again, considering that this executive summary itself is long enough, permit me to go straight to observations and recommendations, since colleagues already have the reports.
Thank you.
Except for matters where I would think need emphasis. At page 3, the committee did observe, and we are talking about general observations, that it is only Parliament with the mandate under the law to appropriate funds. Any deviations from the approved budgets can only be sanctioned by Parliament through established procedures. And this is the matter we are repeating, I don't know for how many times now. The committee therefore strongly believes that the question of inadequacy of funds Those questions do not arise except where there is a mischarge, virement, or reallocation involved, and where there is insufficient release of funds from the Treasury. We recommend that the accounting officers should always stick to the approved budget and plans and adhere to the budget execution, stroke implementation guidelines and laws. All deviations must and can only be allowed by Parliament. Upon variation of the budget, the accounting officers must adjust their activities to fit within the adjusted budgets. The Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development should ensure adequate and timely release of funds to entities to ensure proper execution of the budget. With respect to revenue performance, non-tax revenue, the committee observed that failure to budget for NTR leads to unexpected collections and distorts the proper planning for the national revenue for public services. The absence of NTR budget implies that there is no basis upon which performance of management can be assessed. It also depicts inadequate planning. We recommend, therefore, that the accounting officers should ensure that NTR estimates are always included in the entity's annual budgets. All various sources of revenue are identified and realistically budgeted. The Ministry of Finance, in consultation with the respective entities, should set realistic target estimates considering the revenue collection potential of every entity. With regard to variances in approved budget against release of funds, the committee observes that under release of approved budget affects service delivery to the intended communities and distorts budgetary planning. It also it is a distortion of appropriation processes. Government seems to be in the habit of presenting unrealistic budgets which it cannot fund, thereby tempting Parliament to pass the same in the hope that it is implementable. And this needs no emphasis in light of yesterday's presentation on treasury operations by PAC central government. We recommend, therefore, that government should always present realistic budgets which are implementable to avoid distortions during execution. Secondly, the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development should always avail resources as appropriated by Parliament. MDAs should prioritize activities in accordance with the available resources, stroke cash flows in cases of shortfalls. Underutilization of warrants. The committee observes that whereas accounting officers mostly attributed underutilization of warrants to, among others, protracted procurement and recruitment processes, in addition to late release of funds and budgeting for staff out of position, these are administrative processes that ought to have been factored in entity plans and budgets. Some of the budget distortions can be avoided through proper planning and timely release of funds. And 3, failure to fully utilize warrants leads to underperformance and inability to achieve the overall objectives by the entities. We recommend that the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development should only issue realistic cash limits that can be fully financed to avoid budget implementation distortions. This should be done in a timely manner and in consultation with the entities. 2, accounting officers should always ensure timely and adequate initiation of procurement and recruitment processes, since they are crucial in budget absorption.
Yes.
Apologize, my colleague. Thank you for the report. Madam Speaker, on the order paper, the report mentions a number of entities from KCCA, NEMA, UNRA, UBOS. I'm failing to understand what our colleague is presenting. Is this a cross-cutting summary for all of them? The
general observations.
I thank you, Right Honourable Speaker, and indeed it is my duty to make you understand.
Yes. Make us understand.
I tried at the beginning, I mentioned that these are the general observations and we shall come to the specifics. Right Honourable Speaker, on delivery of services from implemented activities, the committee observes that some of the approved outputs and activities were fully quantified and the requisite resources availed to them for execution and therefore could not be affected by funding. However, it is the delayed release that affected specific activities in terms of time acceptable quality, quantity, cost, and functionality. In addition, the peculiarity of some entities such as Uganda National Roads Authority, Kampala Capital City Authority, which deal with very detailed costing for engineering and works-related work, made it difficult to align their activities to the PBS, calling for upgrading of the PBS to match the activities. Recommendation: accounting officers should stick to the planned activities as per the approved work plans in order to achieve the expected output. Right, Honorable Speaker, the emphasis here is that we approve the budget based on the work plans presented to Parliament. A distortion of the work plans distorts the budget and takes away our power of appropriation. The accounting officers should adjust their work plans in the subsequent financial year to accommodate activities that were not implemented due to non-release of funds. 3, the PBS should be realigned to suit the peculiarity of institutions that partially conform to the structure of conventional governmental institutions. Management of this government salary payroll. Right, Honorable Speaker, the committee observes that failure by entities to maintain updated and accurate staff records puts employees to risk of losing out on their benefits in case of exit from the service. It was further observed that the inability of entities to absorb all their wage bill locked up resources that would have been used to deliver services elsewhere. Furthermore, the tendency to consume more funds than approved wage budget without approval is irregular and goes against the Public Finance Management Act 2015. The continuous understaffing had left several staff establishments unfilled, thereby denying services of these office holders to the would-be beneficiaries. Recommendations: accounting officers should budget for wage in a realistic manner in consideration of the existing staff needs. 2, accounting officers should ensure that all their staff payrolls are updated periodically to ensure an accurate database of employees and establish tracking mechanisms to update the same. This requires migration from the manual to a digital system. And 3, the Ministry of Finance should avail adequate wage budget to facilitate recruitment of staff as per the entity's staff establishment. On non-enrollment of on the IPPS/HCM, the committee, Right Honorable Speaker, notes that a number of rigidities were found on the system and that hindered full enrollment, such as limited information fields, the few information fields provided on the system limit the amount of individual data that can be captured. However, the entities informed the committee that they were working to reconcile with the public service system to be successfully enrolled on the IPPS. We observe that it is the failure to enroll on the IPPS/HCM amounted to non-compliance on the side of the entities. It also signified inadequate effort by the Ministry of Public Service to have all agencies of government enrolled on the system. Adequate training of entities staff seems to be lacking. Non-enrollment on the IPPS and HCM system implied that staff data and payroll are not integrated and centralized in the system. This made tracking of the payments to staff across government difficult. It presents opportunity for inclusion of ghosts on the payroll. We recommend, therefore, that entities should liaise with the Ministry of Public Services to pursue enrollment on the IPPS HCM. And 2, always submit comprehensive annual wage estimates and recruitment plans to the Ministry of Public Service to aid appropriate planning for the entities by the Ministry at a centralized level. On unsupported budget outputs, Right Honorable Speaker, the committee noted that several entities lacked individual costed output budgets during the period under review. These include Electricity Regulatory Authority, Local Government Finance Commission, Kampala Capital City Authority, among others. Under the Local Government Finance Commission alone, a total of 5 outputs costing 2.788 billion did not have a costing plan on the PBS. The justification given was that there was a challenge in the program-based budgeting system, PBS, that could not allow for individual costing of outputs. However, the committee established that the Accountant General had upgraded and updated the system to support individual activity, outputs costing, although at the time of the audit, they could not print, a shortcoming which was later rectified. Currently, the system is updated to ensure that even printing of entity-specific information is possible. The committee therefore observes that the excuse of the system failure to generate individual costing for individual outputs, items, should not arise in the face of the updated system. We recommend that going forward, each accounting officer should ensure that individual costing for items and outputs are readily generated and available to audit as they are required. Accumulation of domestic arrears, long-standing payables. Right Honourable Speaker, and this is a matter of emphasis arising from yesterday's presentation by Park Central. The committee observed that in some entities such as Uganda Human Rights Commission, there was no evidence to the effect that domestic arrears were budgeted for in the period under review. 2, the continued accumulation of domestic arrears poses a risk of litigation and nugatory expenditure. We recommend, therefore, that accounting officers should ensure that verified domestic arrears are budgeted for. 2, the Ministry of Finance should avail adequate funds towards settlement of domestic arrears. The accounting officers should immediately settle domestic arrears since they take the first call on the budget. The management of entities should put in place strong internal controls to prevent future accumulation of arrears. Further, the accounting officers should always adhere to policy and technical guidance to facilitate accurate reporting. Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. I want to thank my MP, the Honourable Nalima, for giving me a glass of water. For a glass of water. Unimplemented procurements. Right Honourable Speaker, the committee observes that, for example, UBOS had many activities falling behind schedule, attributed to delayed funding. The continued reprioritization or rolled over of activities in the subsequent financial year results into clogging of the work plan and may potentially lead to recurrence of delayed implementation, hence delayed service delivery. The committee recommends that accounting officers should ensure that the procurements are followed through and implemented in the subsequent financial year as promised, so as not to derail the overall intended objective. On the change of accounting system, the committee observes that the accounting policy of treatment for non-current assets only commenced in the financial year 2022-23 and therefore made it difficult for the accounting officers to have comparative figures for the year before. The committee further observes that there was insufficient preparation in training before implementation / immigration to the new accounting system and recommends as follows. 1, that the Accountant General undertakes sufficient training to accounting officers on the new accounting system and any subsequent changes. 2, the committee recommends that going forward, all entities should commence implementation of the new accounting policy. 3, all entities should ensure government assets are revalued and stated in the financial statements at their correct values, which should be depreciated over their useful life in accordance with the accounting system. Specific obligations, Right Honourable Speaker and Honourable Members. Kampala Capital City Authority. The failure to operationalize the 2019 Outdoor Advertising Ordinance. We observe, 1, the absence of an enabling law. In the absence of an enabling law, The authority is constrained to enforce the tax payment from outdoor advertisements as it would contravene Article 151 of the Constitution. 2. The failure to develop and approve regulations on outdoor advertising rates had led to loss of revenue that would have been collected and used to deliver services to the citizens. 3. The Attorney General has been slow in fast-tracking the finalization of the advertisement ordinance. 3. The unique status of Kampala Kampala as a district and a city whose operations extend to the metropolitan areas poses a challenge of who approves the regulations amongst the Attorney General, the Minister for Kampala, Capital City and Metropolitan Affairs, and the Minister for Local Government. We recommend that the Attorney General should expeditiously handle the approval process of the outdoor advertisement ordinance to facilitate revenue collection from outdoor adverts. Collection of property rates. The Right Honourable Speaker, the committee observes that the delay to collect assessed property rates denies the authority potential revenue that could be used to implement critical planned activities. 2. The growth of property rates arrears is partly attributed to the regular property revaluations, which may be unrealistic. The property rates tax and rental tax had a lot in common and present a potential double taxation scenario to the citizens. We recommend that KCCA management should develop, is there management at KCCA? Should develop an effective system and timely invoicing and debt recovery. 2. KCCA should conduct realistic property rates revaluations to minimize resistance and defaults arising from discontent among the property owners. 3. The Attorney General should reconsider merging both the property rates and the rental tax to avoid scenarios of double taxation. And 4. The authority should consider other revenue collection incentives, such as waiving of interests and penalties, to motivate and enable property owners settle their outstanding arrears. Parish Development Model, PDM. Right Honourable Speaker, the committee observes at page 18 that KCCA's supervision is mainly on policy issues. Warrants are issued directly to the constituted circles which receive the funds in their groups, thereby minimizing supervision on the side of the authority. 2. The absence of an enabling legal and policy framework affects the efficiency of execution of the PDM concept. Recommendations. Management should provide adequate technical guidance and support to circles benefiting from PDM funding to prepare adequately to facilitate disbursements and implementation of activities. The accounting officer should follow up the matter in court, and once it is resolved, the circles should be funded. The government should expeditiously, and in any case not more than 6 months from the time of adoption of this report, table a legislation and policy to govern the management and accountability for PDM funds and provide for related matters. Utilization of parish revolving funds, PRF. The committee observes that the delay in disbursement of funds to SACCO has a ripple effect of subsequent delay by the SACCOs in disbursing the funds to the different enterprise groups. 2. The delayed conveyance of funds to the beneficiaries and household denies citizens timely access to funds and may affect the achievement of the program objectives. We recommend, therefore, that management of PDM funds should be placed clearly in the KCCA organogram for efficient management. KCCA conducts timely and adequate sensitization with a view to ensuring that all funds disbursed to the SACCOs are utilized as planned. 3. Offenders who abuse funds should be brought to book in a timely manner. On functionality of the Ward Development Committees, WDC, Right Honourable Speaker, we observe that the failure to fund Ward Development Committees ultimately leads to failure to mobilize the community identify development priorities, and monitor resource utilization, thus undermining the attainment of the intended PDM objectives. We recommend, therefore, that the management of KCCA should ensure that the WDC is funded as soon as possible to enable mobilization of the community, identification of development priorities, and monitoring of resource utilization. Misclassification of salary payments. We observe, Right Honorable Speaker, that misclassification of funds misstates wage expenditure in the financial statements and creates arrears on wage. It also implies poor budget discipline. The committee further noted that there was no retirement/manpower planning for the replacement of the retiring and other exiting staff, as the retiring staff are not immediately replaced. We recommend that management should engage Ministry of Finance to ensure that going forward, the authority is allowed to reallocate these funds to the appropriate salary codes. 2, the authority should also liaise with the Ministry of Public Service and Public Service Commission to ensure that the temporary staff are recruited by financial year 25-26 on a permanent basis to minimize misallocation. On quota awards and compensation, Right Honorable Speaker, we observe that the failure to adequately budget for and/or provide for legal costs may result in accumulation of arrears, leading to litigation and attendant costs, i.e., garnishes, fines, and penalties. Committee further recognized that the authority listed contingent liability on page 59 of the financial statements. On recommendations, Right Honorable Speaker, we recommend that management should develop measures geared towards ensuring that continued escalation of the court awards against the authority is curtailed. 2, going forward, management should integrate court awards / litigation costs in the authority's budget as guided by the PSST in his letter dated 27th August 2021 regarding payment of decreto amount in the civil suit number 253 of 2018, Sentebali Kudembe Market Stalls and Lockup versus the Kampala Capital Store Authority. Alternative dispute resolution, ADR, should be adequately supervised to ensure that money is not wantonly spent. Delayed settlement of court awards and compensation. We observe that the delays in compensation affected parties results in further accumulation of interest and deny the timely delivery of services, Right Honorable Speaker. We recommend that KCCA management should ensure prompt settlement of court awards and compensation. Of course, this is subject to adequate releases. We go, Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, to the management of the landfill at Chitezi. Permit me to emphasize, because of the importance of this matter, to give a small background as presented here. Right Honorable Speaker and members, KCCA, through the Directorate of Public Health and Environment, Directorate is mandated to facilitate and provide support for ensuring health and productivity of citizens and a clean, habitable, and sustainable community for the city. The Directorate guides the authority in efficiently managing public health and environment. In a bid to fulfill this mandate, in 1996, the authority established and operationalized the Chitezi Landfill as a facility that handles waste from Kampala and its neighboring municipalities of Nansana, Kira, and Kasanga town councils. The Auditor General inspected the landfill on 5th December 2023 and observed the following. 1. The landfill was overfilled with waste, rendering it hazardous to public health within the surrounding community. The Auditor General established that some of the equipment structures such as the weighbridge and water treatment plant were non-functional, and there was no buffer zone at the landfill to protect the neighboring communities. 3. The garbage collectors did not have protective gear such as hand gloves and masks, which posed a health risk to them as depicted in the picture that we present in the report. The Auditor General noted further that the landfill in its current form is both an environmental health risk and to the community around, and also portrays the authority in bad light. The accounting officer explained that to the Auditor General that Chitez landfill was almost 100% capacity, and the KCCA purchased 135 acres for a new waste treatment facility in 2016, and the plan was to establish a modern waste-to-energy facility plant at the new site when funding is availed. In the meantime, the capacity of Chitez was being expanded to accommodate additional 4 acres, and authority has built a leachate drainage around the landfill, which were originally blocked by the local community through encroachment. In addition, the maintenance of the equipment and structure at the landfill is inadequate because of low funding. However, KCCA has a prospective investor willing to fast-track the resolution of the problem. A feasibility study to inform sustainable city waste management was ready by 2015. The non-renewal of the operating license of Chitez landfill by the National Environment Management Authority. Right, Honourable Speaker, the committee was informed that Chitez landfill had been in operation since 1996, and by 2013, the NEMA declined to renew the landfill's operating license. Full design capacity. The landfill use was continued since there was no alternative waste disposal plan. This decision prevented the would-be citywide public health crisis arising from unmanaged waste accumulation in the city. As such, since 2013, Chitez has been operating in crisis mode. The committee shall revert to this. Unimplemented decommissioning of Chitez landfill. The committee further established that KCCA worked with the International Finance Corporation, IFC, and the World Bank, which provided technical support for the Kampala solid waste management by way of public-private partnership, PPP, to commence the Chitez landfill decommissioning journey in 2014. As part of the implementation of this plan, KCCA acquired 135 acres of land in Dundu, Mukono to establish a new landfill, thereby decommission Chitez. However, the plan was never implemented due to stiff opposition from the area residents. The above forced continued operation of Chitez, despite its adjusted inability to accommodate more garbage due to no alternative site and lack of budget provision for a new site, thereby stretching the site further. Information was obtained from KCCA Lord Mayor that the process of decommissioning Chitez dump site were commenced with a study conducted by MS Queensland and Leeds Consulting Engineers in association with Air, Water, Earth, and the report thereof was published in October 2021, where they raised a red flag regarding the impending catastrophe at Chitez. They recommended immediate decommissioning of Chitez and provide an elaborate mechanism and procedures for execution of the same, advising that the dump site should be closed within 2 years of the release of the report, that is by October 2023, to avert the calamity. I have been advised that actually dump site in Luo is called Odur. Lack of budgetary support to decommission. Of course, he cannot argue. He's my son. I know more Luo than him. You want to correct your...
What is called Odur?
A dumping site. In Lao.
In Lao.
In Lao, it is called Odur.
Just clarification.
It's called what?
Right, Honorable Speaker, that is not Oduru. Oduru is a person. We Odu.
We Odu.
Yes, thank you.
We Odu.
Oh, okay, I'm corrected. I was reading it, I used them generis. Okay.
He wants to correct you more.
No, my son can correct me if I'm wrong.
Thank you. Right Honorable Speaker, in Luo, wider, the dumping site is called Wiubur.
Wiubur.
Yes, Buru. Buru, it's the ashes where if you cook the ashes you put there. But the way he's pronouncing that name, I want him to be sensitive to the people who are in other tribes.
Actually, when you're pronouncing his name, be sensitive to my language.
Yes, because Madam Speaker may understand you differently.
I will understand it differently.
I see. I agree that there are possibilities of being misinformed of Odur and Odur, and the temptation to read them use them generis is the same as understanding OHT was the criminal way and the dignified way. Lack of budgetary support to decommission Chite's landfill.
Madam Speaker, I don't want to go on record to mention what the name of Honorable Dur means in my language. No, I don't want to go on record.
Well, I refrain from digging that debate further now that pronouncing it in other languages may be more catastrophic.
Especially when our children are up there.
Yeah.
Yes.
Now I know how ugly it is in that language. Lack of budgetary support to decommission Chite's landfill. I think we needed it, right, Honorable Speaker. The committee noted that by 2020, the budget for decommissioning was indicated as Uganda shillings 36 billion, which would include the cost of resettling 600 waste pickers who derive their livelihood from the garbage picking. KCCA included this money in the budget framework paper, but the ministerial policy statements reflected it as an unfunded priority. In the subsequent years thereafter, the request for solid waste management was listed among unfunded priorities. That is financial year 2021, 21-22, 24-25. In January 2024, KCCA appeared before the Parliamentary Committee on Presidential Affairs to present the budget request for solid waste management planned works. The request included purchase of additional land in the area of Chitezi and compensation for project-affected persons, as per the table presented. Lack of funding meant that KCCA could not move forward with the planned decommissioning of Chitezi, and neither could KCCA buy alternative land. The garbage continued to pile up in a garbage mountain because of lack of funding. The funding provided each year caters for Chite's management, the cleaners and garbage transportation costs and incidentals, Presidential Executive Order on Urban Waste Management. The committee established that His Excellency the President, in a letter dated 9th April 2023, issued an executive order to the effect that every town and city in Uganda must ensure that there is a skip for rubbish over 200 meters without fail, and that the skip must be empty every 3 days or more, frequently if the volumes are big. He further directed that within a year, every urban authority, city, municipality, or town must ensure that there is a plan for recycling the waste so that the dumping sites do not become mountains of rubbish. And this was 2023. Steps taken by KCCA to move away from Chite's landfill. In response to the Presidential Executive Order, KCCA Executive Director wrote to the PSST seeking budgetary support for solid waste interventions in Kampala in a letter dated 20th June 2023, wherein she indicated that KCCA required 36.6 billion in the interim for the next 5 years, and solid waste management interventions be prioritized as a key public investment good that provides a much needed public health solution to the greater Kampala metropolitan area. In the same letter, the KCCA Executive Director echoed the availability of 135 acres of land in Dundu, located in Mukono district, that would accommodate modern solid waste processing and treatment facilities, and an alternative solid waste disposal solution to cover to overutilized Chitez landfill. On 2nd July 2024, the KCCA Director for Public Health and Environment alerted the authority of the sorry state of the landfill, consisting of the developing cracks and waste movement, blocked drainage channel, and a depleted operational area on the landfill. He further highlighted the potential consequences of no immediate interventions, to include A, waste slides and landfill collapse, which could result in loss of life and damage to property. 2, litigation due to loss of life and property damage, thus attracting financial losses. 3, a halt on waste dumping operations leading to public health risks and public demonstrations. And D, emergence of illegal dumping places, which could be costly in the event of service normalization. The Director of Public Health further made an appeal for urgent attention and support towards resource mobilization for the relevant interventions. Community sensitization. The committee was informed that owing to impending disaster, KCCA immediately prioritized the safety of the community by focusing on budget-neutral interventions. That KCCA solid waste management team met with key leaders in the community and conducted a public awareness campaign to inform the waste pickers and nearby residents of the potential dangers associated with the landfill. KCCA issued warnings and advisories, urging residents to take precaution. The committee obtained no evidence to this effect. The committee was informed by the accounting officer that on 8th July 2024, the community of Chitez landfill savages were sensitized to avoid working in risky areas and on the slopes of the landfill, which had developed cracks. The local council leadership and security forces in the area were equally informed of the situation. These actions were aimed at minimizing the risk posed by the continued operation of the landfill. A comprehensive mechanized response to the developing cracks necessitated a detailed outlay of interventions and the attendant costs to be prepared by experts. The lack of immediate resources and alternative sites made it impossible to completely halt activities leading to the unfortunate disaster. One would ask, if security forces were informed, how then did the catastrophe happen, killing people at the same site? The committee observes, 1, the committee established that contrary to the accounting officer's assertion that the landfill was, quote unquote, almost 100% filled to capacity, it had in fact exceeded its design capacity. As per her letter, dated 20th June 2023 to the PSST, wherein she stated that the landfill was opened in 1996 and currently receives an average of 30 tons per month, Chitez landfill has exceeded its design capacity, and the current operations are not optimized to facilitate materials and resources recovery, adequate leachate treatment, and efficient utilization of the space through soil cover and compaction. Right, Honorable Speaker, we are talking about the two versions. One version is that it is almost filled to capacity. The other one is that it has actually exceeded. In the same memorandum dated 2nd July 2024, the executive director and copied to the deputy executive director, and copied to the deputy ED, Dr. Kel Ayen Daniel, the director public health and environment, identified the health and environmental dangers posed by the said landfill, including what he termed as recent emergencies, to wit, 1, cracks and waste movement. On 28th June 2024, cracks and waste slides were observed, and I'm quoting, in the northeast part of the landfill. 2, blocked drainage channel. Consequently, waste movement has blocked the main drainage channel, causing leachate movement in the neighborhood farm. 3, depleted operational area. The area of operation has reduced due to the above issues and compromised with working surfaces. It should be noted that NEMA had 10 years back declined to renew the operating license on this account. The continued operation, therefore, of the landfill was not only a public health hazard, but an illegality, the consequences of which was death and destruction of property. In October 2021, the Chitez landfill closure, environmental impact assessment, and livelihood restoration plan for waste pickers study, which informed the recommendation for closure, was issued with the hope that the site would be closed within 2 years and turned Chitez into a waste transfer station and materials recovery facility. Consequently, it was expected that by January 2024, this site would be closed already, and the decommissioned subject to all safety procedures, precautions, and processes having been undertaken. State of leachate movement. During its field visit, the committee observed that the leachate flow had been largely interrupted by the waste slide, way beyond what had been reported by Dr. Okello, and poses an even greater danger to the surrounding community of survivors. KCCA was doing its best to allow the flow of leachate, but with limited capacity. Any delayed intervention has the potential of further health risk, including cholera outbreak and other associated health hazards. As a result of the waste slide, drainage channels had been blocked and wastewater had invaded the neighborhood, leading to relocation of residents. The landfill, on 10th August 2024, experienced a slide leading to the loss of 53 lives and injury of 18 people. Of the 53 lives lost, an estimated total of 28 people were said to be missing and or unaccounted for. In addition, a number of houses, homesteads, and other property had been covered and or destroyed in the catastrophe. Investment in modern waste management facility. Management informed the committee that the authority had failed to attract investment in the field of waste management due to the conditions set by the investors. It was revealed that in 2016, the country hosted over 175 potential investors in waste management, recycling, and waste to energy. However, a number of them demanded for sovereign guarantees in order to invest in waste management, including waste to energy projects, among others. The request was not granted by government. In the absence of prospective investors, the authority had resorted to decomposing and burning the waste and capping part of the landfill to turn it into a green belt. This was done with less tangible success, as the garbage remained visibly dangerous. From the foregoing, Right Honourable Speaker and Honourable Members, the committee is strongly persuaded that 1. Chitez landfill had long become both an environmental and health risk / disaster waiting to occur, which the authority and government were fully aware of. 2. It is apparent that no immediate action was taken by the entity as recommended by its Director for Public Health and Environment, which eventually saw the facility become a death trap as it turned out to be. Prudence would have required the authority to immediately halt the activities at Chitezi, having obtained expert guidance from its own expert. At this point, the executive director and her deputy, who received the memo, kept it to themselves. There is no evidence that it was brought to the attention of the authority or government. This was a serious lapse. Such inaction on the part of the authority is inconsistent with any other hypothesis other than gross negligence on the part of the executive director, who, a year earlier, had stated the same to have exceeded its design capacity. Indeed, it is no wonder that on the 10th day of August 2024, a total of 20 out of 39 acres of waste at the landfill gave way, spilling beyond its buffer zone into the surrounding neighborhood, destroying lives, property, and infrastructure. 3. The PSST, upon receipt of the cry from the executive director, kept quiet. 4. The minister for Kampala, who was copied in the same letter, took no action. Not even a visit to the facility to ascertain its state. She never raised the matter in cabinet and never followed up with the Minister of Finance. Colleagues, if colleagues have read, we had an interface with the minister. I hope it offers an opportunity for people to comprehend. Not even a visit to the facility to ascertain its state. She never raised the matter in cabinet and never followed up with the Minister of Finance. Clearly, this was gross negligence, neglect of duty by the Honorable Minister. An alternative would have been arranged, like the current arrangement of depositing the garbage in other places and the acquisition of alternative place. The Minister and the PSST cannot escape liability for what befell the country. Number 5. It has become a practice by civil servants, excluding the political leadership, in both financial and administrative matters. Why, for example, would the technical staff handle this matter without involving the Prime Minister, the Minister for Finance, and the Lord Mayor of Kampala? 6. Whereas the accounting office explained that a prospective investor was found, no concrete steps were taken to seal the discussion to a logical conclusion. Indeed, there was no public search for potential investors or partners in the sector, which would have averted what had turned out to be a human catastrophe in addition to other economic advantages the site would have generated. Lack of transparency in the search for prospective investors, punctuated with disregard for PPDA rules, but seeking to get investors behind closed doors, slowed down the process. The minister informed the committee that whenever she sent potential investors to the technical team, they would never get back to her. Indeed, the whole process was flawed, opaque, and irregularly executed to great imperfection. 7. As stated above, for a long period, government has been reluctant to respond to KCCA's pleas for resources to establish a modern plant and equipment, leading to overutilization of the Chitezi landfill beyond its design capacity. This is made worse by the non-responsiveness of the PSST to the authority's appeal requesting for budgetary support to solid waste management interventions in Kampala via the letter dated 20th June 2023. This non-responsiveness was an affront to the efforts of the authority to implement the Presidential Executive Order number 2 of 23, dated 9th April 2023, where he directed that all urban authorities' waste be properly disposed and processed at waste disposal sites, and is inexcusable. A review of the entity's ministerial policy statement for the financial years 2019-20, 2020-21, 2021-22, and 2022-23 showed that requests for adequate funds to address the problem of waste management in Chitezi and Kampala in general had not been honored, hence leaving the issue as recurring unfunded priority. By continuously ignoring calls to allocate adequate funds to facilitate a sustainable response to waste management, KCCA was rendered unable to implement a sustainable waste management strategy for the city and the metropolitan areas. Land at Dundu Mukono. In the absence of funds for the development of a modern waste management facility at the site in Chitezi, the authority would probably, and under normal circumstances, be left with the option to utilize its 135 acres of land, or landfill at Dundu, for dumping waste as a temporary remedial intervention. The committee visited the said land and interfaced with the area residents. They informed the committee that they have petitioned the court over any threat for waste dumping activity in Dundu land, citing fears that the place will most likely become like Chitezi in future. A copy of the notice of motion, miscellaneous application number 1 of 2023, under Article 50 of the Constitution, is attached. It is not clear why, since December 2023, when the amended notice was filed, it has not been determined. The summary of the claim is that it is an enforcement of rights to a safe and healthy environment. Honorable members, honorable colleagues, related to the above, the events at Chitezi leading to loss of lives and property was a direct proximate negligence to the KCCA Executive Director, Minister for Kampala Capital City Authority and Metropolitan Affairs, Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development. The committee observes, in the absence of any viable alternative to Chitezi, the authority resorted to compressing the garbage to decrease its looming pile in the face of failed decommissioning. 2. There are lapses and consistent breakdown in communication within the authority's technical wing, which would never share reports with the elected leadership, which constitutes the authority under the KCCA Act. Information from the technical team goes out to the central government without the knowledge of both the Lord Mayor who presides over the authority. At some point, the Minister for Kampala Capital City and Metropolitan Affairs informed the committee that she too was at times left in the dark by the technical team. Such is not healthy and cannot guarantee effective service delivery. Upon receiving notification by the Director of Public Health and Environment of the impending catastrophe, the Executive Director took no action. She never informed the authority or government of the emergency highlighted by her Director for Public Health. 4. Despite the need for modern waste management services in the city, there has been no transparency regarding their procurement, where no single call for bids, advertisement, or known terms of reference made for a service provider in the sector. The possibility of open competition was completely thwarted. 5. The inadequate funding of KCCA makes it difficult to implement its solid waste management plan and the Greater Kampala Metropolitan Area's solid waste management strategy. 6. Further observes that the nature of land in Dundu, earmarked for establishment of a waste-to-energy modern facility, is situated in the residential area and snakes around in a meandering river-like manner. The nature of this land could not and cannot accommodate a landfill in the traditional sense without causing hazardous inconvenience to and endangering the residents' public health. 7. There is a pending suit against KCCA, NEMA, Mukono District, and the Attorney General following a petition by the area residents who are against the idea of the authority setting up a waste management facility. However, the suit has overdelayed. 8. Those who helped the affected persons when the disaster occurred, including the Church of Uganda, security organs, notably UPDF and Uganda Police, Uganda Red Cross Society, and other well-wishers involved in the evacuation assistance, the committee observes that the temporary shelter and the assistance provided are not sustainable. The magnitude of the problem of the West Slide exceeded the ability and capacity of KCCA to compensate the victims affected, especially those with permanent establishments on the land affected by the slide. 10. The person who procured the land at Dundu for garbage dumping did a disservice to the authority, as the same is not fit for that purpose given its nature and structure. Recommendations. Honorable members, 1. Government should be held responsible for the reluctance to respond to KCCA's pleas for a modern plant and equipment leading to overutilization of Chite's landfill beyond its design capacity, despite persistent pleas. 2. KCCA, in conjunction with NEMA, should prioritize and expedite the implementation of the proposed interventions to address the environmental and health risk by, among others, improving the current waste management practices at the landfill. 3. The Executive Director, Mrs. Dorothy Chisaka, should be held responsible for her failure to act when called upon by the Director, Public Health and Environment. 4. The Minister for Kampala Metropolitan Affairs and the PSST should be held responsible for the failure to take up the matter raised as urgent by the Executive Director, KCCA. 5. The KCCA should send out calls.
There's a procedural matter. Honorable members, in the public gallery this afternoon we have teachers and pupils from Kiwafu Primary School. That is Entebbe, and they are represented here by Honorable Mbwa. Honorable Mbwa and Honorable Naluima Ethel. Naluima is here. She wants to greet her children. Welcome. Thank you for coming.
Wow. Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker.
Please have a seat.
Right Honorable Speaker, I join you and the rest of the members to welcome our pupils. Our pupils, you are most welcome. We are here representing the district. We are working hard, and we know all matters of education are going to be settled by this environment and this parliament. We thank you so much for taking interest in the People's Parliament. Thank you so much, Madam.
Thank you. Still in the public gallery, we have students from YMCA, Comprehensive Institute for Kampala Central Division. They are represented by Honorable Nsereko. You're most welcome. Thank you for coming. And Honorable Shamim Malende. You know, today being a Friday, they have gone for prayers. Swala. Thank you so much for coming. Pardon? Prayers, a Muslim prays 5 times. Now for you, you're talking because you don't know. Leave it to us.
Right Honorable Speaker, members were doubting your ability to learn these things very fast. They should ask me, who know your capabilities. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Your member was putting you on procedure.
Yes. Thank you, my very good chair, for giving way. Right Honorable Speaker, I'm worried. My chair.
You're what?
I'm a bit worried. My chair is giving a very good report, but we have entered 13 minutes into the Prime Minister's time, and as I talk now, there is no any sign that the Prime Minister is coming, yet we have pertinent issues. Maybe the Chief Whip can update us that the Prime Minister is on the way as we are proceeding on, because...
Now let the chair finish his report.
But he had also accepted. Right now, we have pertinent issues in the conference also.
Honorable members, the Prime Minister went to represent the President in the burial of Bishop, and as we wait for her, in case she comes before the time, let's first continue with the report. He's going to summarize.
Right, Honourable Speaker. I thought I would sanitize, but because
as
the
the
Minister
senior
for
comes
Monkeys,
in, Madam Speaker, the Prime Minister Goda is going to represent the President, but we had the Deputy here, but she has also left us. So at least she would be here keeping us as we wait for the other, but she has gone for prayer.
Right, Honourable Speaker and colleagues, KCCA should send out calls for investment in waste management, including but not limited to compositing infrastructure and modern incineration stroke waste recycling facilities at its two sites, namely Chitezi and Dundu, in addition to any other modern waste management undertaking. 6. The Ministry of Finance should, within 6 months of adoption of this report, provide adequate funds to KCCA towards sustainable waste management in accordance with the Presidential Executive Order and existing sustainable environmental practices. 7. A comprehensive compensation framework should be developed for the families that lost their dear ones and the valuables through a well-streamlined process involving the Chief Government Valuer and others in accordance with Article 126(2)(c) of the Constitution, which provides thus adequate compensation shall be awarded to victims of wrongs. 8. Government should fast-track the finalization and operationalization of the Disaster Risk Management Policy and establishment of the Disaster Preparedness and Management Commission in accordance with Article 249 of the Constitution to ensure streamlined response to disasters of great magnitude. Number 9. All landfills within Kampala metropolitan area should be closed within 2 years and all waste be channeled to a modern landfill or to modern landfills operated and managed by KCCA. 10. No dumping should be allowed at Dundu Mukono due to environmental and health concerns raised. 11. Subject to the establishment of a modern garbage treatment plant, having considered all the environmental concerns of the residents and NEMA approval, the land at Dundu should be put to use. 12. The procurement of a sizable piece of land for land filling as advertised by KCCA should be expedited, and the government should urgently provide funding for the same. It should be a maximum of 24 months pending the establishment of a modern plant at Dundu. This should urgently be done to relieve the pressure on the current small site at Katikolo Mukono. Non-reduction of withholding tax. The committee observed that non-reduction of withholding tax is contrary to law and results in loss of potential government revenue and may attract fines and penalties for the tax body. Some of the cases listed were exempt, for example, court case payments, medical insurance, among others. Recommendation that management should make provision for payment of withholding tax from the above supplies due to URA in accordance with the law to avoid fines and penalties. Non-remittance of statutory statutory deductions. We observe that management failed to remit its statutory deductions despite the fact that there was underutilization of its wage budget of 10.1 billion in the financial year under review. Therefore, non-remittance of the statutory deductions is contrary to law and exposes the authority to fines and penalties. The committee recommends that going forward, management should prioritize wage-related statutory deductions at the time of planning and budgeting so that these obligations are prioritized once funds are available. National Environment Management Authority, NEMA. Right Honorable Speaker, we make observations in respect of NEMA, and beginning at page 37 of the executive summary I gave you, the committee observes that the absence of relevant statutory instruments constrain efforts geared towards protection of wetlands. We recommend that the accounting officer should follow up with relevant stakeholders and have the statutory instrument finalized to guide protection of wetlands. Inadequate mechanism to track compliance with wetland resource permits. We observe that denial of funds to the entity prevents it from executing its functions. It renders the entity redundant in terms of availability of ability to function. These relevant organs established under the law have not been fully operationalized. The failure to continually measure, evaluate, and track compliance with issued permits undermines the authority's ability to put in place remedial measures for non-compliant users. The recommendations. The committee recommends that the accounting officer should regularly evaluate compliance with provisions of the permits granted in the wetlands. The committee further recommends that the Ministry of Finance should provide all the required funding to establish the relevant organs and of the work, and the work be fully executed as envisaged. Failure to enforce annual environmental audits for issued permits. We observe that the failure to monitor, develop activities around the wetlands as envisaged puts the resources to the risk of irreparable destruction and waste. Recommendation. The committee recommends that accounting officers should undertake risk profiling and identify the most risky and impactful areas for annual compliance audits and scale up as resources become available. 2. The committee further reiterates its earlier recommendations in the general observations and recommendations, Right Honourable Speaker. With respect to continued utilization of wetlands without valid user permits, we observe that failure to revoke user permits on wetlands with expired permits defeats the purpose of the issuance of the same user permits. The committee further observes that continued utilization of wetland without permits could lead to accelerated destruction of wetlands without any legal resources. The committee further observed that there is continued loss of revenue by the entity from the renewal of these permits where applicable. We recommend 1. NEMA management should put in place tracking measures to discontinue use and development of wetlands beyond the permit duration. 2. NEMA management should perform routine field inspections and annual environmental audits. 3. Government should provide all required funds to ensure the entity executes these core functions. Status of court obligations. We observe that the existing backlog of court cases is partly attributed to the failure by NEMA to keep the Ministry of Justice and Constitutional Affairs updated for timely execution. Committee recommends that the accounting officer should ensure that Ministry of Justice is furnished with information regarding court cases that the entity is a party to on a timely basis. Administration of the National Environment Fund. We observe, Right Honourable Speaker, that without regulations, the administration of the fund is constrained and can affect the performance of the same. The essence of the estimates, progress reports, and clarity on the fund's operationalization renders the absence of estimates, progress reports, and clarity on the fund's operationalization renders it difficult to evaluate its performance. Recommendation. We recommend that Ministry of Finance should operationalize the National Environment Management Fund. 2. The Minister of Water and Environment should expeditiously prepare and submit for approval of the regulations on the National Environment Fund. Review of the Board of Directors' operations. Failure to monitor performance of the board. We observe that the failure to evaluate and monitor performance of the board makes it impossible to ascertain the effectiveness of the board. We recommend that the accounting officer should liaise with the board chair to ensure that an assessment and evaluation of the board operation is undertaken annually, as it will help identify training needs. Inability to implement board resolutions. Right Honourable Speaker and Honourable Members, the committee observed that there is inadequate funding which affects the implementation of the board resolutions. We recommend that the Ministry of Finance should provide adequate funding to NEMA board to enable it to implement its resolutions. Inadequate fleet operations. Right Honourable Speaker, this is a matter that needs emphasis. NEMA was found to have only 42 vehicles. Of the 42, only 23 are operational, implying that 45% of the fleet are grounded. Details are provided in the appendix. We observe that the inadequate fleet has led to a delay or inability to implement all planned activities, thus affecting efficiency and effectiveness of sustainable environment and natural resources protection. Colleagues, NEMA is one entity that requires to be in the field 24/7, day and night. It has only 55% of its fleet. We recommend that the accounting officer should liaise with the Ministry of Finance and have funds released as appropriated to enable procurement of vehicles, especially for field operations. Issues relating to evictions and encroachers in quotes in wetlands. During the sitting of 19th June 2024, the Right Honourable Speaker referred the matter of evictions at Lubigi Wetland and neighbouring areas being encroached upon to the committee. This followed public outcry over what happened to be high-handed conduct during these evictions. The committee had several meetings with the Executive Director of NEMA and management. In addition, a selected team of the former Lubigi residents evictees who were evicted in the operation were met. The committee further received a team of scouts under the Uganda Scouts Association. Following issues were brought to our attention. The Uganda Scouts Association. The summary of this complaint, your Right Honourable Speaker and colleagues, related to a dispute over ownership of land at Kaz. There was also a complaint that a developer had actually encroached on the wetland. We had a meeting with the Executive Director of NEMA, who informed us of the efforts taken, one, by stopping the construction in what was considered a wetland, and two, observed that the complaints related to ownership, which was outside the purview of our operations and jurisdiction. We recommend the Sectoral Committee on Natural Resources should urgently take up the matters and report to the House in accordance with the rules, because that one is not an accountability issue. The Sectoral Committee on Natural Resources and Environment should interest itself in all permits granted by NEMA, examine their legality with a view to recommending revocation of those granted illegally. The court should expedite the hearing and conclusion of the civil suit in relation to the Uganda Scouts Association land in Busabala to determine and settle the dispute relating to that land. Evictions in Lubigi area. The committee was informed that NEMA had carried out evictions in the areas of Nansana, Ganda, Nakwadde, and parts of Rubaga division. The residents complained that a number of houses and other property were demolished and or destroyed, that people were violently evicted by a team of enforcement officers in the company of Uganda Police and the Uganda People's Defense Forces officers, that they received no notices from NEMA while others stated that they were actually not in wetlands, as there was no demarcation to show the boundaries. Many of them claimed that they had possessed their plots of land, some Bibanja, before the coming into force of the 1995 Constitution, and others for decades without any protest from NEMA. Others relied on purchase agreements witnessed and approved by area local council officials, while others questioned why NEMA took no action as they allegedly encroached on wetlands. The accounting officer responded that NEMA carried out evictions in accordance with the law after serving statutory notices, that people had encroached on wetlands and needed to be restrained. On the question of human rights violations, he stated that he was not aware and that he relied on enforcement provided by Uganda Police Force and Uganda People's Defense Forces, over which authority has no command. On whether NEMA carried out the marking of boundaries, the accounting officer informed the committee that some boundary marking was done, but not entirely due to lack of resources. Further, that in some places, people had removed some boundary marks, yet the authority does not have sufficient means to do regular surveillance. Thank you. Surveillance, monitoring, and supervision. The law. Chapter 15 of the 1995 Constitution as amended relates to land and environment, wherein Article 237(2) provides, and I quote, "Notwithstanding clause 1 of this article, the government or a local government, as determined by Parliament by law, shall hold in trust for the people and protect natural lakes, rivers, wetlands, forest reserves, game reserves, natural parks, and any land to be reserved for ecological and touristic purposes for the common good of the citizens." Under Article 245, Parliament was required to, by law, provide for means intended, A, to protect and preserve the environment from abuse, pollution, and degradation, to manage the environment for sustainable development, and C, to promote environmental awareness. Pursuant to Article 245, the National Environment Act No. 5 of 2019 was enacted, replacing the National Environment Act Cap 181. The old act defined wetland under Section 2 to mean areas permanently or seasonally flooded by water, where plants and animals have become adopted and gazetted as such. This definition was maintained by the new Act No. 5 of 2019. For a place to be defined and or classified as a wetland, therefore, it is key that the same is gazetted, with its boundaries defined by demarcation. The accounting officer informed the committee that NEMA has a digital map which shows the coordinates that persons affected by evictions were within the area identified as a wetland within the meaning of the law. The committee was availed with copies of the alleged notices, which by any standard fell short of the required tenets. For example, the notice would be addressed to one name, no evidence of service, no involvement of the LCs to identify the addressee, etc. Copies are attached to the report. The committee observes, Right Honorable Speaker, that demarcations, that where demarcations are digital and not marked on ground, and impossible to determine with certainty where the wetland stops, especially where degradation has taken place over a period, the alleged encroacher would be justified to plead innocence. 2. Where the signs of a wetland by way of flooding, nature of vegetation, or any other identifying feature are visible, the encroacher, and this time encroacher not in quotes, would be charged within the four corners of the law. 3. It is inexcusable to urge you as a defense that the negligence of NEMA in failing to stop the encroachment, if it is pleading it as a defense, if it is wrong, it is wrong. The omission to enforce cannot justify it. 4. Failure by NEMA to carry out demarcations of the wetland, the failure to do regular monitoring, environmental awareness and establishment of relevant committees at the local government level, as envisaged under the National Environment Act, was a fundamental failure that should not find mercy in any country's tolerance cabin. 5. The failure by government to provide funding for the implementation of relevant provisions of the law is inexcusable and is responsible for the environmental degradation currently witnessed. For example, of the 42 vehicles available to the entity, only 20 are functional, yet it has to function to conduct surveillance across the country. 6. Local government structures envisaged under the law are not fully established to provide assistance. 7. Failure by government and local governments to acquire titles for the wetlands as envisaged in the Constitution, and yet bar citizens from selling and transferring their land in cases of sale, offends Article 26 of the Constitution. Let me explain this. Right, Honorable Speaker. The law provides that anybody who had a title in a wetland before the coming into force of the Constitution has a valid title. But you cannot sell to the extent that you cannot transfer. What would be envisaged is that government would go, compulsorily acquire, and vest those titles in Uganda Land Commission or the local government, whatever the case may be. But when you tell an owner of land, you continue owning, but you cannot transfer. That offends Article 26 of the Constitution. The high-handed eviction of citizens, as claimed by some of the evictees, if proved, offends the law and ought to be investigated by relevant agencies of government. We recommend as follows. Government should provide the required funding to undertake a survey and demarcations of the gazetted wetlands across the country, starting with Kampala metropolitan areas where degradation is severe. 2. Pending demarcation of gazetted wetlands, all evictions should be put on hold. 3. Pending demarcation and clearance from NEMA, all constructions in areas that are perennially flooded should be put on hold, and all local governments should be instructed to enforce this moratorium. 4. NEMA should urgently be provided with funds for motor vehicles and operation to enforce the law, as well as these recommendations / resolutions upon adoption. NEMA should be provided with the necessary funds to embark on aggressive sensitization of the population on the need to protect wetlands. 6. Following mapping and demarcation of the gazetted wetlands, the Policy Committee on Environment, under Section 6 of the National Environment Act, should, in accordance with Section 7 thereof, commence a process for vanquishment and determine which land is recoverable, nationalize and gazette the vanquished land, and distribute it amongst the displaced, who should be properly registered to avoid abuse of the gesture. What we are talking about, Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, there is a committee under the law chaired by the Prime Minister with the powers to go and establish there are those pieces of land where you cannot recover the wetland. And some of these pieces were given away by NEMA under license. That's why you hear people say the evictions are selective. There is a petrol station constructed in a wetland, it is left. The accounting officer stated that before he came into office, his predecessors had actually licensed that station and some of these factories. So how do you strike a balance? First and foremost, is that that land, whether you like it or not, is irrecoverable. So the recommendation of the committee is go and determine which land is irrecoverable to the wetland. Have it vanquished. That's the technical term they use. Now, for these people that have been evicted, place them in that land. Get them off land that is recoverable. Persons in recoverable land should be moved to the vanquished land and resettled there on terms as may be determined by government. Government should consider gratuitous compensation to evictees to cater for some of the property lost, as well as atone for the irregularity in the notices given. Legal deprivation of land by government. With my earlier explanation, Right Honorable Speaker, I have covered this. It is about the deprivation. About the discrimination, I have equally covered it and made recommendations. Suffice to note or to state, Right Honorable Speaker, that of course with the opening up of a hearing on NEMA complaints, it was a floodgate, and we hesitated to get into matters beyond our terms of reference. So we think the committee, the policy committee, which is the sectoral committee, should undertake this. We recommend that the government should map all the lands required to be protected as per the aforementioned provisions and compensate the owners, take possession of the titles thereto, and ensure compliance with the law. 2. The Ministries of Lands, Housing and Urban Development, as well as Ministry of Justice and Constitutional Affairs, should spearhead this effort to solve the question once and for all. On discrimination, we observe that the activities approved by some of the activities approved by the NEMA were outrightly not permitted in wetlands, and nothing, not even a NEMA license, can give them legality. They are not within the regulated activities within Schedule 6 to the Act. Such activities offend Sections 54 and 55 of the Act. It is apparent that the permission envisaged under Section 55 of the Act has been interpreted by NEMA to render Section 54 redundant. While Section 54 preserves the wetland, Section 55 gives the power to destroy on assumption that there shall, at all times, be responsible and patriotic government officers. 54 says you preserve. When 55 grants you the authority to regulate, you give a permit to destroy by establishing a permanent establishment, which is not envisaged. We recommend that government should introduce a bill to amend the Act and introduce safeguards currently abused by issuing permits, whose effect is to allow total destruction of wetlands, contrary to Section 54 of the Act. Next, Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, is Uganda National Roads Authority, UNRA. We make observations. Long outstanding payables are enormous. We reiterate what we stated on outstanding payables in the general observations and recommendations. On non-performing letters of credit, we observed which tie up funds which would otherwise be used for urgent service delivery. We recommend that management should liaise with the relevant stakeholders to ensure that all necessary conditions required to ensure performance of these letters of credit are fulfilled. Status of compensation of project-affected persons. We recommend that that management should liaise with the Ministry of Finance to ensure that outstanding PAPs are promptly compensated, and management should ensure timely and adequate planning for projects. I don't need to emphasize this, Right Honorable Speaker, in light of yesterday's presentation from Park Central. The return of land titles to project-affected persons was noted to be a hazard, and the committee recommends that management should liaise with relevant stakeholders to ensure that the process of returning titles to PAPs after subdivisions and mutations is expedited. Right Honorable Speaker, taking from the previous COSASE, which recovered the titles of Bugolobi and recovered money from some so-called investors, we also recovered a title of somebody which was discovered to have been transferred to a third party. somebody, project affected persons, gives in a title for UNRA to chop off its portion, and the next day you find it is in the hands of a third party. So with the parliamentary intervention, the title was recovered and the transfer was reversed. On the right-of-way of Kampala-Jinja Expressway, Right Honourable Speaker, we noted that the encroachment on the project land might result in multiple compensations and costly legal disputes, thereby further increasing the cost of the project. The committee recommends that management should liaise with the relevant stakeholders to ensure that there was no encroachment on the land for which PAPs have already been compensated. Evict them and possess. For the unpaid PAPs, the accounting officer should liaise with the Ministry of Finance to release the funds to compensate the PAPs before civil works commence. On delayed commencement of road projects, Right Honourable Speaker, we recommend that management should follow up on the contractors who have to have the performance guarantees submitted or have the contract agreements cancelled. Delayed completion of road projects worth 100 billions. We recommend that management liaises with Ministry of Finance and other stakeholders to have the funds released in time for the payment of contractors. Consult with the Solicitor General on the legal remedies available to the authority regarding poor performance of contractors. Abandoned road works on contract for maintenance of Lokapel, Nabilatuk, and Nabilatuk Angatum in Karamoja sub-region. We observe that there was a failure by the contractor to execute the contract obligations, the failure by UNRA to recover liquidated damages. The committee observed that with these delays there appears to be poor contract management of road works by UNRA, which may result in financial loss. The committee recommends that UNRA should improve its road works contract management. UNRA should invoke the provisions for liquidated damages as provided for should the contract fail. Management of road toll facilities along Kampala-Entebbe Expressway. We noted on failure to procure, install, and maintain lighting and inadequate traffic monitoring system. We observed as follows. 1. There was failure to procure, install, and properly maintain lighting and independent traffic monitoring system. 2. There was breach of contractual obligation on the part of the operator stroke contractor and poor contract management by UNRA. 3. A big part of the express highway was not well lit, which poses risk to the road users, discourages traffic, and in the long run affects toll collections. 4. Without an independent traffic monitoring system, UNRA can therefore not independently verify that the revenue collections by the operator are accurate and complete, hence a risk of under-declaration of revenue by the service provider. 5. We strongly believe that the continuous vandalization and theft of equipment that supports lighting and other interventions implies UNRA did not seriously consider or integrate implementing the mindset change program of the National Development Plan, NDP3, in communities where the projects are implemented in order to reap dividends of community ownership and project property. We recommend that management follows up with the operator to ensure that the required deliverables stipulated in the contract are provided, or else management considers terminating the contract for fundamental breach of the same. UNRA should embrace and implement mindset change programs to facilitate communities to own projects and infrastructure in the respective communities. Failure to provide road safety facilities. We observe that there is a risk of accidents in case road users encounter crossing animals on the road. This can also lead to criminal intruders accessing the expressway. We recommend that UNRA institutes measures to recover damages arising out of breach of contract by the contractor. 2. Institute security measures to ensure that road safety facilities are not vandalized again. This can be done by encouraging whistleblowers who should be remunerated, and also name and shame companies that eventually buy stolen road items. Explore the use of the internal security organization structures and punitive measures taken against perpetrators. The Uganda National Bureau of Statistics. Right Honorable Speaker, by way of disclaimer, we want to state that the issues of the census were not part of our report. They did not come to our interrogation, maybe in future, so they are not contained in here. We observe on staff drawing more than one salary that the staff were deployed and validated in other government agencies, while at the same time under employment of UBOS. The Bureau had taken up, the appropriate steps to exercise disciplinary control over the affected staff by withholding their benefits and referring the matter to disciplinary committee. We recommend police investigation and the accounting officer to carry out thorough due diligence of staff before, during, and after recruitment to avoid instances of dual or double employment. Accounting officer should institute recovery measures from staff that received double pay and have full funds recovered within 6 months from the date of adoption of this report. On delayed completion of preparatory activities for national population and housing census, we observe. The committee observed that there was delay by other stakeholders such as the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, and Ministry of ICT in playing their role. This resulted in delayed implementation of the planned census exercise, whereas the activity was for execution in August 2023. It was postponed to May 2024. Recommendation. The committee recommends that Ministry of Finance should always ensure the entities conducting critical activities with tight timelines are prioritized for adequate and timely funding. Delayed implementation of baseline education census project. We observe delayed release of funds had a negative impact on implementation of planned activities and services to the people of Uganda, and those were delayed. UBOS faces challenges in executing activities where the stakeholders are involved, other stakeholders are involved. This may point to poor multi-sectoral coordination between agencies. We recommend that UBOS strengthens its performance in multi-sectoral engagements to minimize delays in implementation of its planned activities. The Ministry of Finance should always timely provide the required funding to UBOS to facilitate execution of the approved plans. Management of PDM. You observed that there was an absorption of 1.328 billion, which affected the services, and that should have been rendered. The recommendation, the accounting officer should strictly adhere to the implementation of activities whose funding has been provided. Accounting officer should adjust the work plans of the entities to accommodate funding of the unimplemented activities in the subsequent financial year. In other words, roll them over in accordance with Section 17.3 of the PFMA. PDM data collection. Right Honorable Speaker, we observe that the shift in the data collection module negatively affected the progress of PDM data collection. Although the community module was used in Acholi and Karamoja sub-regions, representing less than 5% coverage of the country, the design of the module was the most suitable for such communities where data collection could only be more effective at community level than household level. The PDM concept lacks clear legal and policy guidelines to help in smooth execution. We recommend that going forward, UBOS and its partners in the implementation of joint projects should work towards developing modules that are consistent. Government needs to urgently develop a clear legal and policy framework to guide PDM execution. Unprocessed PDM data collection. We observe, Right Honourable Speaker, that there was delay to grant UBOS access to collected household data in August 2023 since inception of the PDM data collection in June 2022, which affected timely processing of the collected data and PDM decisions that require this data output and consequently affecting service delivery. Furthermore, the delay in collection and use of the data reduces the possibility of attainment of planned activities. 3. Use of unvalidated data compromises the integrity, accuracy of the results. Recommendation. The committee recommends that the Accounting Office of UBOS should continue liaising with the Ministry of ICT to review the CAPI data capture system so as to resolve the bottlenecks of the current system and make progress on the PDM Pillar 6 implementation. 2. UBOS should always validate any data before use in any government program. Aging fleet of vehicles. The committee observes that the use of old vehicles affects service delivery since their efficiency is reduced. The delay to offboard an aging fleet has consequences on NTR and attracts costs on maintenance. The accounting officer should seek funding to replace the aging or aged fleet of vehicles in a phased manner. Ministry of Finance should provide the requisite funding for the procurement of motor vehicles to facilitate execution of the entity's functions. Uganda AIDS Commission, USC. Right Honourable Speaker, we make the following observations on the accounts of Uganda AIDS Commission. Lack of competition, which offends the PPDA and regulations. Lack of competition, which exposes a procuring and disposing entity to the risk of acquiring services at non-competitive rates. And 3, late and hurried procurement, which point to minimum adherence to the entity's work plan and procurement laws and regulations, which may also attract abuse. We recommend competitive bidding to be adopted in future procurements as prescribed under the law. On the accounts of Uganda Property Holdings Limited, we make the following observations. 1. That lack of a costed staff structure affects planning for wages for staff, thus hindering service delivery. The payment of different salary scales to staff at the same rank is irregular and can bring disharmony within the company. The committee recommends that management should liaise with the board to ensure that UPHL has an approved staff structure with approved salary scales for each position. Variances between approved establishment and the field positions. We observe, Right Honourable Speaker, excuse me, that under-establishment affects the planning for the wage of the company. It may also point to inadequacies in the current structure. We recommend, therefore, that management should engage the board with a view to obtaining waiver to recruit critical staff to enhance the company's performance. In the event that the request for permission to recruit is declined due to standing budget execution circular, the board should scrap them from the structure. Roof repairs at Tororo warehouse occupied by World Food Program. We observe, Right Honourable Speaker, at page 66, that the resources of 0.12 billion and the time spent on the repairing of the old leaking roof without significant progress points to poor planning and underestimation of the problem at hand. The inability to discern the need for overhaul of the warehouse roof with new roofing materials further points to the lack of relevant technical guidance to the board by management for the company that takes care of the property that require maintenance, renovation, repairs, and refurbishments from time to time. However, during the field visit to the site, the issues had been resolved by overhauling the entire roof. We therefore recommend that the query be dropped, but that management should always source technical guidance in areas that require expertise. Matters incidental to the assignment. Waiver of rent from Mombasa Unified Cargo Holdings. Again, Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, this is a matter of emphasis. We note that UPHL owns a dry carport in Mombasa, which is currently rented to Unified Cargo Handling Limited. The company was consistently paying rent until 2021, when it started struggling with to pay rent. By 30th June 23, the outstanding rent was Kenya shillings 73,763,485, which is equivalent to Uganda shillings 1.9 billion. The clients claim that when Uganda passed a law limiting the age of cars imported in Uganda to 15 years, cars that did not meet the condition got stuck in its port, and the Kenya Port and Revenue authorities continued to levy damage on them. The vehicles were eventually auctioned by Uganda Revenue Authority without considering the costs incurred by Unifreight. They claim that this left them indebted and unable to pay rent, and their license was suspended by the Kenya Port Authority. In October 22, the company issued a demand note and a termination notice. However, the client sought the indulgence of HE the President, who wrote to the Honorable Minister of Finance Planning and Development, directing him to order Uganda Property Holding Limited to waive off the outstanding rent, stop eviction, and work out compensation for Unified Cargo Handling Limited. The committee was not availed with a copy of the letter from the President. The directive was communicated to UPHL by management by the Permanent Secretary to the Permanent Secretary to the Secretary to the Treasury. In the same letter, PSST directed UPHL to seek legal advice from the Solicitor General about the directive. UPHL wrote to the Solicitor General, who has to date not responded, not issued an opinion. The Solicitor General wrote to Uganda Revenue Authority seeking for clarification on the storage fees and the vehicle auction. The amount outstanding is currently 2.8 billion. Committee observations. UPHL performance on revenue collection is affected by delayed payment and clearance of rent by its clients. 2. The failure by some clients to clear rent arrears occasionally leads to appeals for waivers, which denies a self-financed company of the much-needed revenue, hence affecting its operations. 3. There is no evidence that the President, who is neither shareholder nor a board member of the company, issued the alleged directive or any consultations with the board. There is no evidence of involvement of cabinet in making the alleged decision. 4. There is no uniform policy on waivers, and it is not clear what legal policy framework under which the President exercises such power. It is also not clear what criteria is followed to access such presidential prerogative, as well as compensation to such companies for the loss occasioned by a presidential directive, more so when the books of accounts are not adjusted. Recommendations. UPHL should develop robust mechanisms of collecting rent from its clients in an efficient and prompt manner to reduce on the lag experienced in the receipt of the same. Government should urgently develop a legal and policy framework for such waivers, detailing who has the powers to waive, under what circumstances, compensation for loss arising out of such waivers, as well as mechanisms for recovery by government. 3. The Solicitor General should expedite the process of advising on the existence, legality, and propriety of the alleged presidential directive. Acquisition of UPHL land in Busukuma. Right Honourable Speaker, the company procured land in Busukuma, and we observe that the expenditure of 327 million to acquire 3 acres of land in 2018 in Busukuma, Wachiso district, close to 40 kilometers away from Kampala, translates into 109 million per acre at the time. 2. Whereas UPHL acquired land in Busukuma in 2018 for purposes of setting up warehouses, according to its strategic plan, the highly priced land has never been put to use. The redundance of such property over time attracts encroachers and squatters, making it more expensive to reclaim. 3. The committee finds no strategic economic value in acquiring land in areas where there is no substantial business that would require construction of a warehouse in the foreseeable future. We recommend that UPHL board should reassess the need for the said land with a view to changing user of the land in a manner that attracts more value than the planned warehousing project, which is not likely to attract market. Debtors of Uganda Property Holdings Limited, we observe at page 70 that due to the delay in the Solicitor General issuing guidance to UPHL regarding waiver, the company continued to invoice Unifreight Cargo Handling Limited to an increase in rent arrears from Uganda shillings 1.92 billion as of 30th June 2023, when HE allegedly made the directive for a waiver to 2.8 billion as of 7th May 2024. This was done without any proposal for compensation. The committee recommends that the Solicitor General should, within 3 months of the adoption of this report, issue that guidance on implementation of the presidential directive, if at all, on the waiver of arrears accrued by Unifreight Cargo Handling Limited. On the financial statements of Electricity Regulatory Authority, error. On absorption of funds, we observe that under absorption of funds affected the implementation of activities. There are gaps in the work plan performance, and without rolling over the activities affected by the under absorption to the next financial year, it would be difficult for the entity to achieve its targets. Accounting officers should pay keen attention to and budget absorption bottlenecks faced by error. Management of error should plan and execute work plan performance improvement for better outputs. All activities affected by under absorption should be rolled over into the new financial year for the entity to achieve its targets. Linkage between budget and work plan. Right Honourable Speaker, this requires no explanation, and our recommendations stand as follows. That the accounting officers should ensure costing, work plan and activities are well aligned to provide basis and justification for the annual budget estimates to avoid expenditure on activities that have no significant impact. 2. Should lay concrete strategies to facilitate execution of all planned activities to avoid rollovers into subsequent financial years. On the extent of achievement of target incomes, the committee observes that the necessary restrictions on expenditure on collections that fall within the financial year are not explicit. The activities that were not fully executed included recruitment, opening regional offices, and development of an asset register for one of the cooperatives. Despite the key role played by development partners in financing critical activities, relying upon them to cost the service study for the parameters to be set for licensing UEDCL by NORAD is not sustainable and has far-reaching consequences. Management of error recommendation should come up with explicit restrictions on expenditure on collection that fall within the financial year. 2. All unimplemented activities such as recruitment and development of asset register be rolled over and prioritized in the subsequent financial year. The Ministry of Finance should ensure that ERA has an adequate budget to implement critical activities with less reliance on development partners. Right Honorable Speaker, on the account of the Human Rights Commission, Uganda Human Rights Commission, we observe that Uganda Human Rights Commission's performance on the tribunal files of 17.3% of the total caseload partially heard, while none was concluded, was poor. This resulted in the accumulation of case backlog whenever new cases were brought before the tribunal, with older cases yet to be concluded. The sporadic funding for the tribunal sessions has affected the pace at which the Commission resolves cases. Tribunal hearings are solely funded by the justice, law and order sector and not government of Uganda. We therefore recommend that government should put in place strategic measures to expeditiously handle case, or not manage government. Management should put in place, strategic measures to expeditiously handle case logs to a logical conclusion. The Ministry of Finance should provide adequate funding to the Commission in addition to strengthening ADR, Alternative Dispute Resolution Mechanism, that was put in place. 3. Government should prioritize funding for tribunal hearings, since it is core to provision of justice as a requirement under the Constitution. 4. The Commission should adopt a method of first in, first out to avoid hearing cases in a haphazard way. On the account of Local Government Finance Commission, Right Honorable Speaker, the committee observes that Article 176 of the Constitution provides for the system of local government based on the district as a unit under which there shall be such local governments and administrative units as Parliament may by law provide. The said system was envisaged to buttress devolution, where governance and financial autonomy would be decentralized to districts. The Local Government Finance Commission is mandated to support government in ensuring that fiscal decentralization is implemented in line with the constitutional objectives. As such, the Constitution and Local Government Finance Commission Act 2003 are very clear on its funding. The budget processing number 3 for the Commission does not comply with Articles 155(2) and 3 and 194(5) of the Constitution and Section 10(e) and 17(2) of the Public Finance Management Act 2015, as well as the Local Governments Finance Commission Act 203, respectively. The Local Government Finance Commission, which is legally autonomous, has no vote and operates as a subvention without financial autonomy and not as a self-accounting commission. This is against the law as stipulated above. It also slows down decision-making process, which affects its performance and renders the system of decentralization unachievable. The Local Government Revenue Enhancement Coordinating Committee's robust recommendations to improve local revenue collection must have been partially implemented. The partial implementation of the proposed amendments limits the local government's revenue collection efforts. The committee noted that the urgent need for the Commission to follow up on the proposed legislative amendments that were intended to enhance efficiency. We recommend as follows. The Minister should urgently table amendments to give full effect to the policy behind decentralization. The accounting officer should ensure full implementation of the recommendations of the local government of the Local Revenue Enhancement Coordinating Committee. The Minister and accounting officer should urgently follow up on the proposed legislative amendments to ensure revenue collection and efficient management. And 5, the government should confer statutory vote status on the Local Government Finance Commission, to have it as self-accounting commission, to have the processing of the budget comply with the above legal provisions. management of integrated revenue administrative system, IRAS, and impact of IRAS on the revenue collection. We observe, Right Honourable Speaker, that embracing IRAS by the various local governments had contributed to great improvements in revenue collection. We recommend that government fully rolls out the IRAS across all local government administrations to further enhance revenue administration for better service delivery. Delayed non-installation of integrated revenue system administration systems, IRAS. We observe that the delayed or non-installation of the planned entities sites defeats the purpose of improving revenue collection in local governments, and we recommend that the accounting officer should ensure IRAS is fully rolled out and embraced by all user local governments. Failure to undertake the training of the system users. We observe that the delay or failure to undertake training for the system users negatively affects the successful implementation of the system, as the users remain incapacitated in the use of the same. The accounting officer should therefore expedite planned trainings for the newly recruited staff and refresher training for the old staff, so that staff have the requisite skills to operate the system. Failure by government to fully utilize IRAS system. We observe that despite efforts to follow up and ensure that the decision to close manual collection is adhered to by local governments that are already enrolled on the IRAS system, some other local governments were yet to adopt the new system. We recommend that Minister of Finance and Accounting Officer should fast track and ensure full implementation of IRAS across all local governments. A lack of IT officers at IRAS sites. We observe that the lack of ICT structure and personnel hinders optimal use of the revenue collection system in case of any IT-related challenges. This may also lead to loss of revenue to the local governments. Government should fully implement roll out the e-government governance program and infrastructure across the country to facilitate ICT operations. The uptake of ICT and e-governance across MDAs is at varying levels without a uniform and integrated baseline. We recommend that the accounting officer should liaise with the relevant stakeholders to ensure that an IT structure and infrastructure is put in place and personnel recruited to provide system support. 2. During the transition period, there is a need to maintain the two systems to avoid loss of revenue collection data until a time when the electronic system will fully be implementable to a dependable and reliable status. Reconciliation of revenue arrears. We observe, Madam Speaker, that whereas the accounting officer stated that IRAS has since been updated to capture reconciled positions of revenue from trading licenses, this is not true with other forms of revenue such as property tax, local service tax, and royalty tax, among others. We recommend that the accounting officer should maintain an updated system that recognizes reconciled positions of all revenue collections. Inadequate equipment for integrated revenue administration system, IRAS. We observe that the success of implementation of IRAS is heavily dependent on the provision of the necessary infrastructure. We recommend that the accounting officer should ensure deployment and routine maintenance of the appropriate infrastructure and support that IRAS to ensure efficiency in revenue administration, tracking, and reconciliation, which is not in place. Failure to integrate the integrated revenue systems, IRAS, with integrated financial management systems, IFMIS. We observe, Right Honourable Speaker, that the delay to integrate all the sites of IRAS with the IFMIS had a negative bearing on revenue management and could have far-reaching consequences, including data errors and information accuracy between systems. The committee recommends that a Ministry of Finance should ensure complete integration of areas with the FMS. Business continuity and disaster recovery, BC and DR. The committee observed that the delay by NITA-U to set up backups of its servers in Kampala and Jinja potentially renders the Commission's data vulnerable to compromise. Recommendation that Minister of Finance and NITA-U should fast track and set up of backup sites. Variance in amounts on entity payroll and appointment letters. We observe that there are inconsistencies between letters of appointment and actual payments, which affects the integrity of the payroll. We recommend that the accounting officer updates the payroll to harmonize the inconsistencies between appointment letters and the actual payments. Inadequate funding of physical planning and land management in local governments. The committee recommends that the ministry observes that the Ministry of Lands, Housing and Urban Development undertook an established conditional grant to fulfill funding of physical planning and land management. The policy on retention of locally generated revenue resulting into delays to access even the available funding has made matters worse. We recommend that the accounting officer follows up with the Ministry of Lands to expedite the process of commencing provision of the conditional grants. 2. Government should consider revisiting and reviewing the policy on retention of revenue and allow local governments to use their revenue at source to improve efficiency in service delivery. Feedback on the Commission's proposals to enact the current laws. We observe that the committee that there is urgent need for amendment of the Local Government Finance Commission Act 2003 to provide for enhancement of local revenue collection. The minister in charge of local government should fast track the amendment of the Local Government Finance Commission Act. On the accounts of Financial Intelligence Authority, Right Honourable Speaker, on partial implementation of activities, particularly the number of intelligence reports disseminated to law enforcement agencies and competent authorities, we make observations that Financial Intelligence Authority lacked exclusive control of some of the FIA interventions due to shared responsibility, and this made it difficult for the agency to maximize its outputs. The delay to release funds to the Financial Intelligence Authority by Ministry of Finance affected staff recruitment and other planned activities, leading to low absorption of the wage allocation. The committee recommends for close collaborations and adherence to timelines in the execution of the activities by Financial Intelligence Authority and its stakeholders. The Ministry of Finance should release funds to the authority in a timely manner. Implementation of activities, non-implementation of activities. The committee makes observation that there was a worrying trend of bank and telecom money transaction frauds in the country in the absence of integrated robust system to detect and deter fraudulent transactions. Further, concurred with the Auditor General that the non-implementation of planned activities impedes the attainment of the expected planned outputs and service delivery. For example, non-implementation of the administrative sanctions to non-compliant accountable persons in the country despite receiving funding. Government should set up a robust, integrated and multi-year pragmatic intervention to minimize bank and mobile money fraud at all levels. The authority should issue clear financial guidelines to the entire financial sector institution, regardless of the level of risk. Continued country presence on the Financial Action Task Force grey list. Right Honourable Speaker, we observe that the country has since collaborated through this Parliament enacting the relevant legislations and we recommend that this query be dropped. On National Enterprise Corporation Agro SMC Limited financials, Right Honourable Speaker, at page 92, we observe that it is a common practice to formally employ staff above the mandatory retirement age of 60 on contract basis. This helps to avoid irregularities. The entity had modalities in place to retain one Mr. Abe Mubiru and people of such caliber for as long as they are still needed by way of contract. Mr. Abe Mubiru was awarded an extended contract of 1 year, and we recommend that management should always make appropriate succession plans before employees reach retirement age. Absence of minutes of appointment. The committee observes that the board appointment minutes is a standard operating procedure under the Ministry of Public Service as a proof of due appointment of staff. Without minutes of appointment of the board, it becomes difficult to confirm all the employees on the payroll and that they were regularly appointed and not ghost employees who had been added onto the payroll. The committee recommends that management should bring the matter to the attention of the board in consultation with the Ministry of Public Services so that all the employees are formally appointed by the board and resolutions documented. On assessment of financial performance, and particularly the operating margin, we observe, Right Honourable Speaker, at page 94, that the account with an operating margin of 5.1, which is below the 15% recommended threshold, the company is likely to face challenges of paying off its operating costs in future if this trend is not reversed. We recommend that management prioritizes, therefore, and expedites the implementation of the proposed interventions to improve operating margin. Profit after tax / surplus for the year. The committee makes a recommendation that management maintains its improved performance, which is commendable. The return on assets. We observe that the agricultural value chain is long involving many processes, and this culminated into pricing each kilogram of posho at 4,000. Income made from the use of the subsidiaries' assets has decreased for the year under review as compared to the previous year. There were no strong feasible mechanisms in place to increase income generation from the use of assets. We recommend that management institutes mechanisms to increase income generation from the use of its assets. Liquidity assets. The committee observes and agrees with the Auditor General's opinion that such a high current ratio implies that the company is not efficiently using its current assets or its short-term financing facilities. We observe that the outlook of the income statement revealed that entity invested 4.7 billion to produce 520 million. Management should ensure that in a bid to have adequate cash for paying suppliers, the company should not hold working capital idle. Management should consider investing in short-term investments to allow adequate cash flows. Debt ratio analysis. Of my colleague who says in conclusion, I know I have read for long and he has listened for long, he could have lost track. I have been concluding on every point that I have been reading. I'm only resting. I'm not tired. Don't worry. And I have no association with the monkeys. Right Honourable Speaker and colleagues, the committee here observes that with a debt ratio of 50%, the company does not have enough funds to meet its current debt obligations and may find it hard to pay a return on government investments and its future loans. The committee recommends that management should ensure that the entity settles its payables to avoid any further judicial risks associated with litigation. On implementation of food and feed program, Right Honourable Speaker, we observe that the absence of a memorandum of understanding between NEC and other agencies is problematic as it clouds the independence of NEC. 2, that there was no defined working relationship based on the separate responsibilities between NEC and the Ministry of Defence and Veteran Affairs. 3, perceives the challenges of implementation of the food and feed program as an indicator that the program was hurriedly undertaken without adequate preparedness. On recommendations, Right Honourable Speaker, we recommend that management should ensure that there is a memorandum of understanding clearly stipulating the relationship between NEC and other agencies is in place to address ambiguity of relationship. Management should further ensure that funds are provided for such intervention, are put to the right purpose. 3, management of NEC should always plan and adequately prepare for each program to be undertaken as a precursor to successful project implementation. Inadequate farm equipment. Right Honourable Speaker, we have tabulated the assets, the farm equipment available to the entity in this document I shared with you from pages 99 to 100. And the committee observes that the lack of these agricultural equipment affects the entity's ability to achieve its mandate. At a macro level, it affects the country's productivity and the GDP despite the heavy investment. We recommend that management should prioritize the acquisition of equipment since this directly affects the performance of the entity. On the accounts of the National Children's Authority, NCA, there is now an establishment of the authority as a body corporate. We observe that the authority has since been rationalized under the Ministry of Gender, Labour and Social Development. From that, we recommend that the structure of the ministry be expeditiously adjusted to accommodate the functions that were falling under the National Children's Authority. Going forward, the PSST should provide for funds to cater for the adjusted structure of the Ministry of Gender, Labour and Social Development, where the former authority now resides. Capital Markets Authority, compliance with the national planning and budgeting requirements. We observe that this non-alignment may lead to inaccurate reporting of the outputs and outcomes planned in the NDP3 sector and MDA plans. The committee observed further that the failure to comply with the national planning and budgeting requirements may lead to development of non-realistic financial planning that lead to ineffective allocation and resources according to the authority's activity plans. Recommendations. The committee recommends that the accounting officer should ensure alignment of assessments in order to contribute to national development priorities. Failure to conduct mid-term review and strategic plan. The committee observes that there is a risk of failure to correctly evaluate the progress of the achievement of the strategic plan objectives and make any necessary adjustments to achieve their long-term goals. We recommend as follows, that the accounting officer should ensure that the mid-term reviews are always conducted in accordance with the policy framework, and that the accounting officer should ensure that mid-term reviews are planned and budgeted for in the annual work plan. funding of the strategic plan. Right Honourable Speaker, we observe that the variance could be an indication of weaknesses in planning and budgeting practices by management, resulting into planning for more funds than it actually needed. The committee recommends that the accounting officer should revise the strategic plan performance indicators on the various strategic objectives and account for the increased funding to be obtained through the years. Failure to align CMA budget with the CMA industry master plan. We observe that non-alignment of the authority's budget to the authority's master plan hinders proper planning and implementation of the master plan. The committee recommends that accounting officer should ensure that annual work plans and the budgets are aligned to the master plans and strategic plan to enable the implementation and attainment of the desired objectives. Failure to conduct an evaluation of the functioning of the board. The failure to assess board performance undermines service delivery, board input, and demotivates active board members. The committee recommends that annual board evaluations are undertaken to give value for money for all board engagements by the next audit. Irregular composition of committees of the board. Right Honourable Speaker, the committee observes that failure to execute board activities in accordance with the board manual is irregular and an override of existing controls. The accounting officer should ensure that the appointments to the board are in compliance with the board manual and other governing laws. Management should align the board manual with the current organizational structure. Failure to constitute a capital markets tribunal. Right Honourable Speaker, we observe that the entity was reluctant to establish a tribunal, and the attempt was only made on 20th September 2023 upon the advice of the Auditor General. Failure to establish the tribunal leaves so many disputes unresolved. In the letter dated 16th June 2024, the PSST advised that the establishment of the tribunal be deferred until after the amendment of the CMA Act. The committee recommends that the accounting officer should liaise with the Minister of Finance to expedite the establishment of the Capital Markets Tribunal. Failure by the board to establish standard job descriptions for all positions. We observe that the failure to establish a standard job description negatively affects the internal employee morale and organizational performance. We recommend, therefore, that the board should immediately develop comprehensive job qualifications and create detailed job descriptions for the role. These qualifications should be aligned with the industry standards and organizational needs. Failure by the board to issue regulations for fees payable. We observe at page 110, Right Honourable Speaker, that lack of regulations in relation to fees payable for the licenses may expose the authority to corruption. The committee recommends that the accounting officer should expedite formulation of licensing regulations for all categories specified in the CMA Act. The committee recommends that the CMA should recover all uncollected license fees within 6 months of adoption of this report. Audit of licensing. We observe, Right Honourable Speaker, that the committee observed that the failure to comply with the law may lead to loss of revenue, and the committee observed that the authority did not furnish the committee with the proof of payment of security deposits. Accounting officers should adhere to the laws in place and ensure that implementation or should further liaise with the stakeholders for amendments to the law where necessary, for recoveries of all revenues lost as a result of failure to comply with the law. Failure to conduct due diligence regarding the directors of the company. Right Honourable Speaker, we made observations that the failure to carry out due diligence may expose the authority to fraudulent individuals and the company. The committee recommends the accounting officer should ensure that detailed verifications and due diligence is made on all individuals or foreign persons entering the market. Irregular licensing of an operator. Committee observed that the failure to assess the financial performance and health of the company creates a potential risk of loss of savings to the investors due to non-performance of the company. We recommend that the accounting officer should ensure strict compliance with CMA Act and regulations before approving any applications. Failure to license primary dealers in government bonds. We observe that the failure to regulate these primary players exposes potential investors and the economy to risks of dealing with unstable financial providers who do not meet certain financial requirements, which may lead to financial loss. The committee further observes that the failure by the authority to regulate the financial institutions contravenes the CMA Act and leads to loss of revenue to government. We recommend that the accounting officer should liaise with the relevant stakeholders to formalize and regulate these financial institutions. Audit of market supervision. Failure by market supervision department to execute its mandate. We observe that CMA had neglected its mandate of supervision, which may result in failure to identify and act on market abuses on a timely basis and deteriorated investor confidence in Uganda's capital markets. We recommend that the accounting officer should enhance this and streamline the operations of the Market Supervision Department as laid out in the CMA Act and Market Supervision Procedures Manual. Audit of procurement. Failure to implement the electronic document and record management systems. We observe that the entity does not conduct due diligence before issuing out contracts. And we recommend the accounting officer should prioritize conducting thorough assessments of the contractor's capabilities, past performance, and references before engaging in further contracts. The accounting officer should ensure formal notices to the contractors outlining the contractual obligations that have not been fulfilled and consider refund or alternative measures to fulfill the unfulfilled contract terms within 6 months of adoption of this report. With that, Right Honourable Speaker, the committee recommends and moves that you be pleased to adopt our reports on recommendations and findings of the Auditor General. It has been long, but you would imagine what it means compressing 15 reports. I want to thank you, Right Honourable Speaker, first of all for the guidance, the pushing, the supervision. I want to thank the honourable members of this Parliament for your endurance. I want to thank members of my committee for the hard work. I'll come to the well-wishers. I want to thank members, the technical team. It has been a difficult job over the last 1 month. Thank you very much, my team. I'm told I should also thank the ministers, and I take the advice of my brother, the Minister for Monkeys, who pleads their case. But thank you very much in the hall for your patience. We thank you and we so move.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chair. And I want to thank you for keeping our original COSASE alive. We want to thank you. I feel proud when I hear about COSASE that you're able to recover a land title. That was our spirit. Congratulations. And the issues that are being raised entity by entity are self-explanatory. All that you can add is just to wait for a treasury memoranda on what action government has taken on what has been raised. And that is as per the law. I know some people want to raise issues of Kitese. We cannot discuss issues of Kitese because they're in court. So, why the report was, please lay. Why the report reported is because it is for the previous financial year, not for now. So you'll just have to adapt to this report. This is a very good report. It's a very good report. And motion, Isaac.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, as you mentioned, the presenter has been very elaborate on this report. For 2 hours, 2.5, he was spot on all matters. I feel there's nothing much to add that they have not covered on this report.
Thank you.
And I do feel that we move a motion and just adapt this report, and we wait for the memorandum. Memorandum. Thank you very much.
Seconded. Yes. Seconded by Jane. Yes. By Frank. By Xavier. By Phyllis. Yes.
Madam Speaker, there is need for an amendment.
By Ethel, by Shadow Attorney General. Yes, and he has been here listening.
Yes, and
yes. And you cannot understand issues of COSASE, even with the seconded by local government, also with the Ajati, with the Health, with the Koluo, with the David. David, I hope you're fine. With the Solo, with the Mukatuliki. Yes, by the whole house. It is seconded. Honorable members, you can only understand issues pertaining MDS, statutory authorities, if you've been there, if you've had a chat, with them. Yes.
Madam Speaker, looking at the last report the chairman read, the report on Capital Markets Authority, they have pointed critical issues, very critical. They have only not put up a recommendation on the negligence in the management and leadership of the Capital Markets Authority. To develop this country, it's not the loans that we need. It is own patient capital.
It is in the main report.
Own patient capital.
It is in the main report. What you're saying is in the main report.
Not in what the chairman read.
This is a summary.
Okay.
An extract.
Much obliged.
Yes.
The motion can now go.
Yes, Loy.
Thank you, Regional Speaker. Regional Speaker, I'm rectifying something. When he started with the Uganda Bureau of Statistics, he said Uganda National Bureau of Statistics, but it is Uganda Bureau of Statistics. Thank you.
UBOS. Yes, corrected. Yes.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to second the motion with the amendments. I want to thank the chairman for the report, very elaborate. My concern is only on the recommendations, and I will pick an area which has been a bit general. When you go to implementation of outputs, okay, almost for all these MDIs, you will find that MDAs, thank you, actually the agencies, thank you. You will find that actually some part of the warranted funds are received. But when you come to implementation, none of the outputs are fully implemented. And by proportions, you find that what is not implemented is more than the funds that were not received. So in this case, maybe for future, we need to be extra careful so that we even make recommendations for refund of those funds which were received but the activities not implemented. And actually the Auditor General report is always very, very clear. Despite receiving funds, the activities were not implemented and funds were not returned to the consolidated fund. We always need to be very, very clear. Then, lastly, some logic. When you look at the report for UNRA, at some point, it is stated that the Auditor General, it is not for the committee, but this is now my own observation, that actually the outputs were not quantified. The activities relating to the outputs were not quantified. Then straight after that, the same Auditor General report says the activities which were fully quantified but partially implemented. Now, a reader will get confused. You have already said all the 7 outputs, activities were not quantified, meaning actually the individual activities do not have costs. Then when you move down, you say for all the activities for the 7 outputs which were quantified were not fully implemented. These ones were partially implemented, these ones were not implemented at all. Then a reader will really get lost because we've said they did not quantify. If they did not quantify, actually down, you don't have what to audit because these single activities do not have costs. That is my observation. But thank you, Chair, for the report. And I would like to second with those amendments. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yes, Maurice.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, we second the motion. And I second the motion and join the colleagues in thanking the Chair. My concern, Right Honourable Speaker, through your office is when the Treasury Memoranda will come, because there are some pertinent issues that the Chair raised. Right Honourable Speaker, for whoever has visited the revenue offices, where the people were demanding for the letter that they claimed to have been written by the President, the waiver, people's vehicles are rotting from there. Many things are rotting from there. So my request is when the Treasury Memoranda will come, so that we
the law says within 6 months. Within 6 months.
Right on, 6 months, even those who received the double salary will have even changed the jobs from
She says
UBOS.
within. It can even come tomorrow.
Thank you, Right
come
Honourable.
tomorrow. Yes, Ajat.
Thank you so much, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, I would beg that we amend and add.
Seconding the motion.
Yes, I'm seconding the motion with amendment.
Yes.
I join colleagues in thanking the Chair and the team for a wonderful report. Right Honourable Speaker, we spent 2.4 billion shillings in hiring equipment for landfill. Wouldn't it be prudent for us, government, to consider procuring on equipment other than spending all this money for hiring? That's a single day, and these are consumables and no consumables. So I recommend that government considers procuring on equipment for landfill other than annual hiring.
Thank you.
Chair, also the issue of the...
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. The motion was well moved, that we had done a very good job, and there wasn't much to add. And I was one of the seconders. And from what I read from the Honourable colleagues, they are actually debating. So are we move...
Honourable members, I now put a question that the report of the Public Accounts Committee, that is commissions, statutory authorities, and state enterprises, on the report of Auditor General on the financial statements for the year ending 30th June 2023 for the following entities: Kampala City Council Authority, the National Environment Management Authority, Uganda National Roads Authority, Uganda Bureau of Statistics, Uganda AIDS Commission, Uganda Property Holdings Limited, Electricity Regulatory Authority, Uganda Human Rights Commission, Local Government Finance Commission, Financial Intelligence Authority, National Enterprise Corporation, National Children's Authority, and Capital Markets Authority. Be adopted by this August House with amendments. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it. Honorable members, I put a question. Honorable members, the law allows the accountability committees to bring the reports to the House within 6 months. Failure to do that, the remaining that are not brought to the House are automatically adopted. That is according to the motion that was brought in this House by Honorable Nathan Nandala Mafavi, then the chairperson of Park Central. I now put a question that the report of the Auditor General on the financial statements for the financial year 2022-2023 for all public corporations, state enterprises, and commissions, which the Public Accounts Committee, that is COSASE, has not reported upon to the House, be adopted by this House. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it. I am only adopting COSASE. I knew you were scared of yours. We are waiting for your feedback on Tuesday. Then we shall adopt yours also. Honourable members, I want to thank you so much, and committee, thank you. Leader of opposition, you have something to say?
Right Honourable Speaker, I like to thank my young brother, the Honourable Medad Rubega Segona. He knows he's my younger brother for all intent and purposes, for the good work he has done, and the entire membership of the COSASE for the good work they've done. Right Honourable Speaker, in adopting the rest of the reports, it's a good way to proceed as Honourable Nandala set a precedent. But we may seek exceptions, and we may ask going forward for where we feel you need to do a more exhaustive investigation on a given sector. For instance, the report is already adopted. When we were adopting the report...
We've adopted a poster. But we have...
yes, like when
we have gone ahead to get out of... out of the veil.
Like when we were adopting the report on Ministry of Finance, we thought, and Parliament took the motion, that we needed, because of the 14 trillion you saw in consolidated accounts, the Committee of Public Accounts is going to spend a little time between now and December to do a one-by-one, for once, thorough investigation on every project that comprises of the 14 trillion, to be able to inform Parliament.
Of UNRA.
No, 14 trillion of the money that is undispatched and it's not performing.
Okay.
We need to come to terms and say, what are these projects? Where are they? What comprises them? Why have they failed? And we need to bring a report. So in those exceptional circumstances, we will always beg for your indulgence to create that window so that that kind of work can be done. But generally, because even if PAC wanted or COSASE, you don't have the time to do all the reports. You have 513
No, we'll always have exceptional cases.
So
We may adopt the report as it is, but give more time for that particular report to be looked upon by either another committee or by the same committee.
Same committee. So
yes,
that's where we are.
Because they always say second opinion is always
very important.
Very important.
Like we are investigating, we recommended to investigate all the lands of universities because they are in danger. For example, Makerere.
Not only universities, all schools.
All schools. But
yes.
for us with zero
starting with the Nakasero.
So the speaker then in chair referred that work to the Committee
Honorable
of Education.
Minister of Education. I'm saying starting with the Nakasero.
With the Nakasero. So we wanted to investigate
primary school.
All the schools. So the speaker then ruled that the Committee of Education should undertake that job to give Parliament a report. So, Right Honourable Speaker, we always beg for your indulgence in exceptional circumstances. And we thank you for your understanding. But also we'll beg you to adequately fund these committees. There is a question of funding. Right Honourable Speaker, you know Parliament took a policy.
Let's discuss that when we are discussing
park.
The park account.
Yes.
Because they are the same people who have removed funds. You know very well I don't give the money. We give and they give us what they can give. I cannot give what I don't have. I give you what they give us. So just know that if I had, I would give you. I can only give what I have. So when we are debating on Tuesday, that's when we shall raise that. Because it is absurd for a committee like Park Central that has embassies to have the same money, the same little amount that a committee of of appointment gets. Yes. I've given you a good example. No, I had to give you my committee. Yes. Okay. Thank you.
Much, Right Honourable Speaker, for your understanding and for your support always. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Government. James, let him first finish, then he comes.
Kakana, Right Honourable Speaker.
Honourable members, I'm also tired.
Right Honourable Speaker, I am here on two fronts. One is to confirm that the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, as required by law, will be left with no option but to ensure that the Treasury Memorandum is provided in response to the committee report. But secondly, with your guidance, Right Honourable Speaker, myself and the DP Whip had consulted with you with a view of designating 2 members from the side of NRM and 1 from the side of DP to a sectoral committee and 1 to a standing committee. May I, with your permission, proceed? Right Honourable Speaker, pursuant to Rule 1510C and Rule 187 of the Rules of Procedure, I beg to move that the Honourable Dr. Atim Agnes Apea be designated to the Sectoral Committee of Finance, Planning and Economic Development. Additionally, pursuant to Rule 1510C, Rule 158 and Rule 160, I beg to move that the Honourable Nebanda Florence Andiro be designated to the Standing Committee of Park Central. I beg to move.
Yes, thank you. Yes.
Right Honorable Speaker, as per Rule 188, subsection 5, I hereby redesignate Honorable Fred Kayondo, MP Mukono South, from the Committee of Physical Infrastructure to the Committee of Natural Resources. I beg to redesignate. Thank you.
I put a question that the committees that have been read be reconstituted as proposed. Those in favor say, and the contrary nay. The ayes have it. Honorable members, we had an issue in the House that was not resolved on the issue of the Swahili Council culture bill, and the issue was whether it belonged to gender or to education, and we sent them to harmonize. Can they give us the harmonized position in 1 minute? I see gender is there.
Madam Speaker and honorable colleagues, first of all, I draw your attention to you, the August House, for having raised this when the bill was being presented. I did consult within my ministry, and the position of the Minister of Education is as follows. Number one, that education has a central role in the promotion of languages, which Kiswahili is one of the languages. Number two, that the Ministry of Education and Sports requests that this bill be withdrawn and by the ministry responsible for gender, despite it going through cabinet. Then we will work within government to see how this matter can be brought back to the House. So as a ministry responsible for education, that is our position. I thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Education, gender. Can you withdraw your gender?
Right Honorable Speaker, I want to thank the member, the Minister of State for Sports, but I think I've been taken unaware because I wasn't part of the discussion. So I will beg that I take the report to the respective minister so that next week I will deliver the message. It is withdrawn officially. Thank you. We are one government, so there's nothing to refuse. But I'm going to say, because
Honorable,
the Right Honorable Speaker, the minister said they harmonize. So mine is to carry the message back and then direct the minister that it should be withdrawn. And then we go back to cabinet with it. So that's something which that we shall do. But I cannot commit myself.
Government Chief Whip.
Right Honorable Speaker, as the custodian of the rules of procedure, the hands of even the government chief whip appears tied by Rule 140. In the circumstances, I would request that you give us time as government to harmonize in cabinet on Monday. Then by Tuesday, we can give a definite position, because even if we are moving for withdrawal, the sponsor of the bill is Ministry of Gender. As per Rule 140, it is only a member in charge of the bill, and that is Ministry of Gender. I may pray you give us time up to Monday. We reconcile in cabinet, then we can give you the position of government on Tuesday, whether it is gender proceeding or education as recommended by Parliament.
We are giving you Tuesday. If you don't come and to withdraw your bill, or you don't come and with a harmonized position, then we shall take over your powers as a house. Yes.
Thank you, Right Honourable, finally, to allow me to say something. Right Honourable Speaker, the accountability committees have done good work. And Right Honourable Speaker, my worry is there are so
maybe before you continue, the ruling I gave yesterday still stands for even these accountability committees, that the sectoral committees should pick what is mentioned in their entities, especially even when they are on the budget framework paper. They should be able to analyze the issues in terms of how to put.
Right Honourable Speaker, critical issues raised, and I want to thank you for that guidance, such that the sector committees can pick them and then follow them up. But the memorandum, the Treasury memorandum that is going to be presented, for example, on the issue of arrears, which are eating on the people's investments, domestic arrears really are killing this economy. How can the government expedite on the actions of such issues that are really affecting people of Uganda day in, day out? Can we also interrogate those treasury memorandums that have been presented before and see how they have been fully fulfilled? Madam, through you, we want that also that session, at least where we can have a discussion on the treasury memorandum, how they have been effectively been implemented by the government. Otherwise, they can present them and they continue as a ritual. It is becoming a ritual for them to be presented as treasury memorandum after 6 months.
Honourable James, you know what they call the accounting cycle? We only complete the accounting cycle when the treasury memorandum is brought back. When it comes back, we refer it to Auditor General to check whether what they found out is not corrected up to now, and then they send it back to the accountability committees. And I believe you belong to one of the accountability committees. I am now giving you information, free education, that I believe you belong to one of the accountability committees. So you should be able to check where are the treasury memoranda for what we passed, what was done, how has it been rectified. If it is not rectified, if it has not been corrected, it will reappear in the next audit report. Now this is for accountants. The House adjourned to Tuesday at 2.